Good evening and welcome everyone to the council meeting. With my chaplain, Angela, please open the meeting with a prayer. This also allows time for personal reflection before we start the business of the meeting.
So as we pause at the end of one part of our day, we just take this moment to step aside from the busyness and focus our minds on the decisions we will make and those conversations and discussions we will have. And as we pause for our own thoughts, our own reflections, our own prayer, we pray for peace in our hearts, for peace in our communities, and peace between peoples. Amen.
Please be seated. The purpose of this meeting is to deal with a number of issues for the well-being of Torbay and best interests of the community. My role as Civic Mayor is to ensure that today's agenda is dealt with effectively and allows fairness throughout the discussions. As you are aware, the meeting is governed by strict procedures or standing orders. To make sure that the meeting is run fairly, I expect healthy discussion and respectful speeches by councillors, and I will not allow repetition. I will also not allow any disrespectful personal comments against other councillors, barracking, talking across the chamber, or talking loudly amongst yourselves. If I see any of these behaviours, I will stop the debate to call the meeting to order, and I will not hesitate to use standing orders to remove councillors from the meeting. If members wish to make a point of order or a personal explanation, I will consider on a case-by-case basis when I take these. Although standing orders allow individuals to be seated during their speeches, I would prefer, whenever possible, councillors to stand when addressing the council so that you can be clearly seen and heard. When speaking, please ensure your microphones are turned on. If members wish to leave the meeting before it's finished, please follow Standing Order A25.7 and give your apologies before you leave via the Head of Governance Support. Please note that we are live streaming this meeting via the Council's YouTube channel to encourage more people to engage in our public meetings. The proceedings of the Council meeting will also be recorded. Please can attendees refrain from watching the live stream as this will cause interference to our viewers. We are not expecting any fire alarm testing today. In the event of evacuation, you will hear a recorded message requesting you to evacuate the building. Please leave by your nearest exit. The Riviera staff will assist you. Once outside, please assemble in front of the tennis courts to the seaward side of the building. Please also ensure that all mobile phones and iPads are turned to silent. I will call a break if the meeting is going to go beyond 7 p.m. Apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Madam Mayor, apology for absence being received from Councillor Harvey. Group leaders, do you have any further apologies? No other apologies, Madam Mayor.
I propose that the minutes of the meeting held on the 12th of September 2024 to be signed as a correct record. Is there a seconder? I will now take the vote. All those in favour? Lovely. And the motion is carried unanimously. Have members any non-pecuniary or disclosable pecuniary interests in any of the matters on today's agenda or any other matters to declare? Councillor Nicolau?
Section 106 of the Governance Finance Act applies to me on agenda items 10 and 13. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor.
And the section 106 applies to me on items 10 and 13 and will not be voting.
Thank you. Any other pecuniary interests? Have officers any personal interests in any of the matters on today's agenda? I'm pleased to be presenting the long service recognition certificates at this evening's meeting. This evening I will be presenting certificates to officers who have completed 20 years of service. I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for their incredible dedication to public service in Torbay. Would the Director of Corporate Services join me in presenting the certificates?
Our first certificate this evening goes to Susan Clark. There's an envelope there for you as well because it's raining. Congratulations. Congratulations. Our next member of staff is Laurie Lane. Just get your envelope as there. Keep it safe from the rain. Congratulations. Congratulations. And finally this evening, Laura Wright. There we go, Laura. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. I have the following announcements to make. I had the honour of opening and switching on the Bay of Lights illumination trail at its official launch on Friday the 29th of November. The Bay of Lights takes place throughout Torbay, Paignton and Brixham in December, with the whole bay coming alive with a flurry of illuminated events. As part of the trail at Tor Abbey is a new Christmas market and the Tor Abbey Alive with Light projection show, celebrating 800 years of Christmas traditions at the Abbey. In the sunken garden to my civic mayor charities, and there's more details available on the council's website. The Bay of Lights is a free and accessible event. It runs daily from 4:30 with sound elements until 9:30 and lighting displays until 11 p.m. and is there for all to enjoy until the 2nd of January 2025. The Leader of the Council has no announcements to make. And I understand the Director of Corporate Services, in the absence of the Chief Executive, has no announcements that he wishes to make. And I understand the Overview and Scrutiny Co-ordinator has no announcement that he wishes to make. A petition has been received requesting that the Council suspend the plan to close the pitch and putt course and cede the land of Tor Abbey until a public consultation and vote of a full council has been completed. The petition has approximately 794 paper signatures and 189 e-petition verified signatures, which qualify with the council's petition scheme. Please see page 13. The petitioner has requested to present the petition to the council meeting. Please note that there will be no debate on the petition in accordance with the council's petition scheme. I understand that Gail Hunt would like to speak on the petition. Welcome to the meeting, Mrs. Hunt. Would you take a seat at the microphone?
Thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you for allowing the residents...
Oh, sorry, Miss Hunt.
I don't want to sit. I don't want to see. Thank you.
You just have 5 minutes, and I'll let
Yes.
you know when you've got 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I would like to thank you for allowing the residents of Torbay to voice their concerns about the closure of the pitch and putt facility. I have spoken to hundreds, if not thousands of residents, and the team collectively have spoken to thousands of residents who strongly object to this closure. We require and ask for a public consultation. According to your council's own legislation regarding Community Engagement and Empowerment Strategy 2021, which commits to involving residents in decision-making. The Local Government Act of 1999 obliges local authorities to engage and consult. This land is public land. Though you are the landlord, the public has a right to have a public consultation. In 2020, it was paused because of COVID, naturally, but now we were asking that the public has a democratic vote. We collectively collected 983 signatures. Unfortunately, many of the signatures we collected were not legible. Otherwise, we'd have easily have had more than 1,000. The hoteliers and businesses in this area, plus the residents, said they had no knowledge about this closure. And many of the businesses and hotels have said it will have a negative impact on their tourism. Indeed, they actually advertise it in their literature, and the tourists themselves have said they are considering not coming back because of this facility, which has been so valued for 63 years. Generation after generation have utilized this facility. The young, the middle-aged, the elderly. It has low impact for exercise, so many can utilize it, and it is a very affordable facility, which is now very few and far between in Torquay. We are asking you, please allow a public consultation that the residents of this area can have their say with this public land. And we are asking for this public land not to be disturbed until this public consultation can take place and we have a democratic vote about this particular service. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms Hunt. Please take your seat back in the audience. We have received a question from... Ms Hunt, the petition will be referred to the Interim Director of Pride and Place, Anthony Payne, for consideration in consultation with the Cabinet Member for Tourism, Culture and Events and Corporate Services, Councillor Jacqueline Thomas, and Councillor Jacqueline Thomas. You'll receive a letter from Mr Payne in due course to advise you of the outcome of your petition.
May I take up the 5 minutes, 2 minutes to go, please?
I'm sorry, sir, you're not registered to speak at the moment, but feel free to come back to another meeting and register. Thank you. We have received a question from Margaret Forbes Hamilton regarding the pitch and putt in front of the Tor Abbey and the scheduled monument consent requirements for the works at this site. Please refer to question 1 on page 15. Ms Forbes Hamilton, welcome to the meeting. Would you please take a seat at the microphone? You have 5 minutes to present your question, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. This includes time for a supplementary question, which would include a supplementary question if you have one. Thank you.
Good evening.
As the current pitch and putt site in front of Torbay is part of the land listed as a scheduled ancient monument, has scheduled monument consent been applied for and granted by Historic England for the removal of the perimeter fencing and levelling of the ground? And does there need to be a watching brief for hidden archaeology during these works? And what are the costs quoted for the removal of the fencing and levelling of the ground and the archaeological watch? Which companies have given these quotes, and precisely where are the funds to carry out this work coming from?
Thank you, Mrs Forbes-Hamilton. Would the Cabinet Member for Tourism, Events and Culture and Corporate Services, Councillor Jackie Thomas, please provide a reply?
So thank you, Mrs Forbes-Hamilton, for your question. So we are in the process of working with Historic England to gain scheduled monument consent for the works, which we expect to be in early February. We have had a pre-application site visit with the scheduled monument advisor, and we will be working with our architect to submit an ancient monument consent application to Historic England shortly for the initial works. Torbay and the Council's heritage officers work very closely with Historic England, and together will ensure that hidden archaeology is protected during any works. An archaeologist will be consulted before any works are undertaken if required, and will be on site during these works if needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Forbes-Hamilton, you may ask a supplementary question as long as it is relevant to your original question and within your 5 minutes. Would you like to ask a supplementary question?
I've already asked about the costs, and that hasn't been answered.
Do you want to ask it again? We've got 4 minutes and 15 seconds left for you to ask a question.
Well, I would expect that to be granted back to me if I've got to say it twice. What are the costs quoted for the removal of the fencing and levelling of the ground and the archaeological watch? Which companies have given these quotes, and precisely where are the funds coming from to carry out this work?
So, thank you. I believe this could have been question 2 that you were bringing to Council this evening, so I'll take them both together. So we don't actually have a figure yet on the costing of the removal of the fence and levelling of the ground, as we are waiting for advice from Historic England on 1, how much of the fencing will be removed, and 2, the method of levelling the ground. This decision will form part of the development phase planning, when detailed studies and costing exercise will be carried out with further advice from Historic England. During the development phase, we will tender for an archaeologist to support the work, reporting and watching briefs. The budget for these works form part of the overall budget agreed by Council in March 2022 to support Torbay, the New Beginnings project, the majority of which will be funded by external funders, including the National Lottery Heritage Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackie Thomas. Mrs Forbes-Hamilton, you have asked the question that you were going to ask in the next round. Do you have any other questions for Councillor Jackie Thomas, as you have 4 minutes left?
I will carry on. I do have questions following on what she has said.
Okay, perfect.
I understand from the project papers for New Beginnings that funding applications for the development phase have already or are about to go in. How could they be presented if no quotes have been tendered for this very large piece of work? The perimeter fencing is 1/3 of a mile long, and the area is approximately 4 acres. The fencing cannot merely be cut off at the ground level because of public safety. It will have to be dug out, and that does require the consent that has been alluded to. The costs to Torbay Council of subsidising Tor Abbey are stated in that document. They are increasing year on year and are now well over £250,000 per.
Sorry, Miss Forbes-Hamilton, what was the supplementary question?
I beg your pardon, the supplementary question is number 2. I'm coming to what I am asking. Can you just wait and let me get my words out? And I expect to have more time. Thank you. I'm just asking a question now. Were any of you aware of the money that is being paid in subsidy every year? Is this sound financial practice? Are they going to put their hands out for even more money to carry out this work? I seriously question the judgment and financial acumen of the management of the Abbey. We currently have the Christmas market taking place. Who came up with the idea of putting on an event that would involve having thousands of people walking across sodden grass in midwinter? After only 3 days, the grounds surrounding the Abbey were a quagmire. The reinstatement of this scheduled ancient monument will cost thousands and thousands of pounds and hundreds of hours of manpower. This is not available in Swissco under their contract. I can find no one who was consulted about this problem before the market was booked. Who is going to pay? The market? Your events team who organised it? Or Tor Abbey who consented to the grounds being used? And as for the pitch and putt area, the lowest point with all those feet going across it is now a bog. Thank you.
Councillor Jackie Thomas.
Thank you. I'm not sure if there was a question there or not, just really for me to reiterate the fact that, you know, we haven't got any costings yet, as I have explained, and obviously when that comes to light, then we can look into the various portals for it. But we do need to look at the positives with this new scheme. It's about a month since we have acquired the pitch and putt, and already people are using the pathway from the seafront across the site. It's fantastic. We had the Bay of Light switch on Friday evening, which was a tremendous success, and the crowds walked the illuminated trail and finished up at Tor Abbey, where we had an amazing festive market. The icing on the cake was the 3D projection show on the Abbey building, showing 800 years of Christmas. So many more people have been able to enjoy our fabulous Abbey and grounds with the new access in place than ever before. This is just the beginning of giving the space back to the community, and I look forward to many more events in the future. Thank you.
Hope you've got your wellies.
Thank you, Ms Forbes-Hamilton. Please take your seat back in the audience. We have received a question from Bethan Huntley regarding the proposed two-way cycle lane on the Eastern Esplanade in Paignton. Please refer to question 3 on page 15. Ms Huntley, welcome to the meeting. You have 5 minutes to present your question, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. This includes time for a supplementary question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Paignton Seafront Works Planning Permission was approved in July this year. However, we were pleased to see a two-way cycle lane through the pedestrianised section of the plans. However, the layout on the two wings remains as it is currently. This is something we're deeply concerned about, and in their response, Active Travel England expressed the potential danger by deeming it a critical safety issue. We have two main areas of concern. Cyclists have a painted lane in which to travel against the traffic flow. Vehicles regularly straddle this, paying little attention to cyclists as they are looking the other way for car parking spaces. Most seriously, though, is the fact that vehicles drive forward into car parking spaces and reverse out of them. If they fail to see a vulnerable road user, they can very easily reverse right over them. This is more likely to occur with larger vehicles which have poorer visibility, such as vans, pickups, camper vans or motorhomes, and more likely for someone in a recumbent cycle or a younger cyclist who would be less visible. Imagine the feeling of travelling down that route. At any moment it is possible for a vehicle to reverse out into your path. Every cyclist I ever speak to tells me they have concerns regarding this layout and have experienced near misses. We know that near misses eventually lead to incident. According to police reports, a cyclist was injured on the road in 2021, and last year a 47-year-old cyclist was seriously injured. Both these incidents happened during the day in summer with good weather. Torbay Council Head of Highways supported the layout on the basis that it has a good safety record. However, it's well known that incidents involving vulnerable road users are underreported, and cyclists were not consulted regarding whether they agreed that this was a safe layout. One of the mitigations explained is that vehicles are travelling slowly in this area. However, as someone who broke bones and whose face still bears the scars from a collision with a vehicle at very slow speed, I don't agree with this argument. This redesign was Torbay Council's opportunity to engineer out these safety issues, which could have easily been done at the pre-planning stage. The ideal would have been to create a fully segregated cycle lane. However, as a minimum now, we would like to see a change in the direction of parking, so vehicles are required to reverse in and then drive out. This would greatly reduce the danger to cyclists and pedestrians. With this in mind, despite the approved planning permission, will Torbay Council redesign the Paignton Esplanade Road layout to prevent future tragedy?
Thank you, Ms Huntley. Would the Cabinet Member for Place, Development and Economic Growth, Councillor Chris Lewis, please provide the reply?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor. A long question, long statement, and it will be a long answer, Ms Huntley, but thank you very much indeed for coming today. The detailed design of the scheme is currently being developed based on the principle of the planning permission. We are currently investigating whether we can improve the carriageway markings, particularly on the northern section and at junctions, to enhance the existing facilities for both pedestrians and cyclists. Through the significant engagement and publicity that has taken place over the last few years, we would hope that the voices of cyclists would have been captured both through the Council's formal process, e.g. planning application, statutory consultation, and the earlier work that preceded the application, which took place with our communications team and the LDA design consulting, the latter of which was extensive. The Highway Authority are a statutory consultee to the planning process and raised no objection to the planning application. Highways carry out annual collision site reviews across its Torbay network, and any concerns are considered as part of its road safety initiatives programme in terms of potential engineering issues. As part of this, any identified cluster sites are reviewed to understand the causation factors to ascertain whether an issue with road layout may be a common factor. It does, however, need to be recognised that road layout tends to be a significant factor in very, very few collisions. Eastern Esplanade was not identified as a collision cluster site from the 2023 validated collision results, and therefore not raised as a location of concern. Vehicle tracking was undertaken for a car driving into and reversing out of the echelon parking spaces on Eastern Esplanade, demonstrating that vehicles can safely enter and exit the parking spaces without having to overrun the counterflow cycle lane. This confirms the manoeuvre can be carried out without conflict between the cyclists using the dedicated contraflow lane and vehicles manoeuvring on Eastern Esplanade. The physical separation of a contraflow lane would impede pedestrians walking from their cars to the parking meters on the footway. It would also create a trip hazard for pedestrians when the area is closed during events. We have reviewed several options for including a fully segregated cycle facility within the scheme, where sufficient width allows, such as the area between the pier and the cinema, a segregated cycle path is included. However, it was concluded that there is insufficient space to provide such a facility to the north and south of the section without a significant reduction in the width of the footway or carriageway. And it was felt that the existing layout is suitable given the slow speeds seen at this location. The area in front of the new sea defence will be closed off more frequently in the future due to bad weather and rising sea levels due to climate change, so the existing route will not always be available. For this reason, the Council is not proposing Eastern Esplanade to be the permanent cycle route across Paignton seafront, and the medium to long-term aim is to provide a fully segregated cycle path between Marine Drive and Sands Road on the inland side of the green, more closely following the Esplanade Road. I hope this is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Ms Huntley, you may ask a supplementary question as long as it is relevant to your original question and within your 5 minutes. Would you like to ask your supplementary question, or do you want to move on to your next question?
Yeah, I'd just like to pick up on a couple of points. Councillor Lewis suggested that the consultation had been extensive. However, I don't really believe that anyone should have to ask for a safe highways layout as part of a consultation process. That is an obligation of a statutory authority. As I stated, there was an incident in 2023 which wouldn't have been reviewed as part of the highways data, where there was a significant injury to a cyclist. And also, these incidents generally are underreported, and you speak to any cyclist and they have had a bad experience, or they modify the way they ride on that road because it's just not safe. I just don't think this has been gathered. I don't think this has been taken into account. And really, I don't think this follows the council's own hierarchy, which is in the local plan, the walking, cycling, public transport, car sharing, low ultra emission vehicles and private transport at the bottom. What I would like to know is what age of cyclist the council would recommend travels down there by bike. We should be building safe infrastructure for a 12-year-old child, and I wonder who would happily send their 12-year-old child there where a vehicle could just reverse out into them. Thank you.
Councillor Chris Lewis, do you have a reply?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. You might be interested to know that it should be noted that the community engagement was mentioned by the Design West in their report following their attendance at the design review panel. And it said, the panel commended the client's approach to community engagement and how the proposal had exceeded expectations, going above and beyond a simple engineered flood defence scheme to deliver gains in public realm. So clearly an outside body has said our consultation went above and beyond. So that was good. I agree with you that an age of a cyclist under the age of 12 probably isn't a safe area to cycle in, especially on their own. And I wouldn't recommend it. And that's why we are looking at long-term putting the cycle path, as it is in Preston seafront, where you have it along the hedge. If we can do that along Paignton seafront, then it would be more beneficial. But I mean, the council, at the end of the day, have to take into account the cyclists, the motorist, the visitors, the businesses. We have to take it all in and then make a judgment. And as you can see, the professionals believe that this is the best way forward for that part of the Esplanade. But long term, we would like to put in a dedicated cycle track along the hedge. And if we can get the finances for that, as we did in Preston, so much the better. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. We have received a second question from Ms Huntley regarding the safety of on-road dash cycle lanes. Please refer to question 4 on page 17. Ms Huntley, you have 5 minutes to present your question, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. This includes any time for your supplementary question you may have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When it comes to road safety, paint is not protection. In fact, sometimes it makes things worse. It has now been proven that on-road dashed cycle lanes, which predate the local transport note 0120 guidance, actually kill 10% more people than having no cycle lane at all, and do not encourage people to uptake cycling. These lanes are prevalent across Torbay. To someone who has never cycled in one, this may sound counterintuitive. However, these 75 centimetre wide lanes give an illusion of safety, which cyclists fail to share. The National Cycle Standards Training Agency actually teaches that it's often safer to ride outside of these lanes to maintain a correct road position. Riders are advised to cycle at least an arm's distance from the curb at all times, but move out into the primary position when it is unsafe for a vehicle to pass. These lanes cause drivers to see a person cycling as being in their own lane, and so they don't need to consider their needs. This results in close passes. It is rare that cars fail to wait behind cyclists for the other carriageway to be clear in order to pass safely. In most road width situations, this automatically means they are failing to leave the legal minimum gap of 1.5 metres around the cyclist. In the event that an obstruction in the cycle lane forces them out, they would be directly in the path of a vehicle and likely to be seriously hurt. Paint is not protection, and the danger from close passing vehicles increases the frequency of crashes. We have these dangerous lanes on a number of roads in Torbay, including the Riviera dual carriageway, which is a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. As I was unaware of the alternative, I used this lane, and even as a competent cyclist, I found this experience terrifying. The best solution would be for all cycle lanes in Torbay to be redesigned to comply with current guidance. This has been proven to reduce cycling deaths by half and increase the uptake of cycling by up to 60% compared with no infrastructure. However, we understand that this long-term aspiration will be expensive and time-consuming. In the meantime, what we are asking the Council to do is an evidence-based step to improve road safety. My question is, will Torbay Council reduce road danger for cyclists in Torbay by removing these dangerous road markings as part of routine maintenance going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Huntley. With the Cabinet for Pride and Place, Transport and Parking, Councillor Billings, please provide a reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mrs Huntley, for your question. The Council set out in its local cycling, walking and infrastructure plan, the LC WIP, that its ambition is to improve many key cycle routes across the Bay. Necessarily that will result in the removal of many of the white line markings that currently serve as cycle lanes that you refer to, in favour of built segregated cycle lanes, reduced traffic speeds and improved share spaces. So the aspiration of where we want to get to is it touches on the very themes that you raise in your question. However, in terms of the existing markings, the removal of these ahead of and without being accompanied by improved cycle infrastructure is something I don't think the Council should be pursuing without clear support from the community, including from cyclists, through a comprehensive engagement process. It's clearly something the Council should consider going forwards in bespoke locations and circumstances where that support is there, but I think on a wholesale basis, without that support, that would be inappropriate. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms Huntley, you may ask a supplementary question as long as it is relevant to your original question and within your 5 minutes. Would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Billing.
Sorry, you have 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I'm really glad that you raised the LC whip, and hopefully we are going to see some progress towards it. Unfortunately, that of late has been disappointing, especially as key routes have been failed to be delivered, unfortunately. I'm a nurse, as a few of you know, and I practice evidence-based medicine. Therefore, when we find that something is dangerous and could kill people, we stop doing it. What I'm asking you to do is seriously look at that. What I would like is some debate within the chamber, particularly on the Riviera Way. It's a dual carriageway, and as you're cycling along, you've got traffic lights and people in trucks and buses can swipe right past you, and you've got no protection. I really think it should be removed, at least that one, and I do think you need to seriously look at other options. Paignton is a fantastic example of how they're starting to bring some of their on-road cycling paths up, so I'd urge people just occasionally to avoid the A380. It's a very good road, but on occasion, come through the village and have a little look, and you can see what they've done to make the whole place better and make it a lot safer for vulnerable road users. But I really would like to ask if at least the Riviera Way, which I don't quite see how would have a consultation, being as it is quite a trunk road, so it's not like it's a road that people live on. So I think it would be really, really good if we at least looked at that, and then going forward, as part of routine maintenance, to remove some of these cycle lanes, because you know there is.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
So that would be my plea would be, and my ask. Can we seriously look at the Riviera Cycleway? Can it be discussed? Because it's just not safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the Cabinet Member for Pride and Place, Transport and Parking, Councillor Billings, please provide a reply?
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. Mrs Huntley, a lot of the points you make are very sound again. I would agree. The issue is that the council has a highway maintenance backlog of £68 million as I speak. So resource pressures limit what the council can do in a lot of these regards. The costs that would necessarily go into the removal of the lines that you refer to are funding that can't be applied to something else. And at the moment, the advice that I'm receiving from my highways team is that we're applying the funding to the areas that are most deserving, where there is the greatest need. I wrote as recently as yesterday to one of our local MPs that cover Torbay, setting out the need for greater funding from government, clarification about how funding that's been promised so far is going to be come forward with further guidance about how it should be applied going forward. Once that information is there, if we're able to get further funding from government, I'd be delighted to deliver it. You mentioned about the LC whip, the struggles that this council has historically had in relation to coming forward on it. That is continued in, and really it can be unlocked through government, through additional funding. And I look forward to achieving that. I've set out at a previous council meeting how certainly in relation to the hospital trail, I'm looking forward to some good news on, and promised an update in due course. I haven't haven't forgotten that, and I look forward to being able to update you on that good news. But really, to be able to fully deliver this does require that extra funding from government, and to give it that final push. Thank you for your question, though, and drawing attention to this issue. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms Huntley, please take your seat back in the audience. I move to question 8, members' questions. The questions and answers have been circulated and noted as submitted. Members, these are available on your iPads under the late reports pack. I will ask any supplementary questions. For those members asking a supplementary question, it must arise directly out of the original question or the reply. May I remind members that supplementary questions shall not include a statement, and I will be interrupting you if I consider your supplementary question is a statement. Please note there is a time limit of 1 minute to ask the supplementary questions. The response time for each supplementary question is 3 minutes, and the overall maximum time for members' questions is 30 minutes. Question 1. Councillor Johns to the Cabinet Member for Pride, Development and Economic Growth. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a supplementary question. Basically, thank you for your reply. You implied in your answer that the council did accept funds from Friends of Oldway, but I do have it on good authority that they did not. So as you didn't take the funds from Friends of Oldway, so as the council didn't take offer on it, so has this contributed for the need for Oldway to be listed under the for sale section of a estate agent seen on a property website?
Councillor Chris Lewis, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I don't know whether that's relevant to this question, but we always said, and we were open about it, that we needed a partner going forward for Oldway. And that's what we did. It came to the working party. The team, I mean, how do you do it nationwide, worldwide? You give it to a commercial estate agent to try and get the message across. It was never for sale. I was horrified at the headline in the Herald Express this week, which the people involved know that that was not the truth. They were informed it. As soon as I heard about it, I got a members' briefing out. Yep. We were sorry that the cafe had to close, but I think we did the right thing. And as you know, Councillor Johns, there are other things involved in the closure of the cafe. It wasn't just about the roof. I don't want to make Oldway political, and I'm sure others don't. We've got 8 million from the previous government. We've got 1 million from the council. We're getting on with it. The scaffolding will be going up early next year, and we're going to get on with it. Hopefully, a partner will come forward. We can't do it on our own. I've never shied away from that. So saying that Oldway is for sale is not on, and I think it's a bit of a disgrace. Thank you.
Thank you. I refer to question 2 in respect to the progress made to reopen Preston North and Corbin Head toilets. Councillor Cow, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I thank the Cabinet Member for his written response, where he states, for the public record who haven't seen the answers to date, that the Cabinet in July 2023, and I had to read that twice because I wasn't sure whether it's July 23 or 24, we're instructing officers to get on with a resolution. And I'm reminded, because what stimulated it was the manifesto pledges on the pages for the relevant wards that said, we need these toilets reopened ASAP. Can the Cabinet Member define ASAP? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Chris Lewis, please provide a response.
Thank you very much indeed. The manifesto, which is here, does not say anything about the toilets. It does on here. It says, Chris, although pleased with the new toilets on the green, was disappointed when the council closed the old ones. We were disappointed when the previous administration closed them. What we found out when we took over, which no one had told us, and I don't know whether you know, Councillor Cowell, when you advertised it for a partner to come forward or a commercial business, that actually South West Water has some heavy equipment and important equipment within that building. So it's not as easy as we thought. And I don't know whether members opposite knew that, but you can't just open it up and give it to a restaurant or a commercial thing, because you've got to negotiate with South West Water to get that equipment moved. And maybe I'll speak to our local Member of Parliament and see if he can help to resolve that situation. But we have got people who are now interested in taking it over. I hope that will progress. But over the past 18 months, we have been working hard to try and get a commercial establishment to come into those toilets and also provide public toilets for the good people of Preston. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I refer to question 3 in respect of actions taken to restore a full bus service to the Foy Loop in Chippay. Councillor Maddison, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do. I would like to ask, please, about the 2.1 million additional bus grant allocation and how that may be coming to the benefit of Shippey residents. I believe you cannot be unaware of the distress that the closure of the Fowey Loop has caused residents, and they are in very great need of a regular bus service, which will take them not only to the hospital but also to the seafront. So I would like your assurance that this will receive your great attention. And also, I believe that the residents at the top of Queensway are in need of access to a bus service. And likewise, I would like your assurance that this too will receive urgent attention. And in particular, the Fowey route. At this time of year, it is a miserable, very hard slog up that hill.
Thank you, Councillor Madison. You've run out of time.
Oh dear, thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Billings, please provide a response.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, this funding from government, the additional funding for buses, in order to avoid a situation where the council puts in place routes which subsequently become unsustainable because that funding doesn't come forward in future years, it's necessary for the council to best spend that money in the context of knowing whether it's one-off money or reoccurring money. Now, I've written to our local MP for Torbay to seek that clarification. Clearly, with the minister stepping down, I believe it was because of fraud, it might have been sort of delayed somewhat. It would be helpful when we've got that clarification, and that will enable us to best spend the money. I'm very keen that we have sustainable routes over the long term. The annual revenue grant's gone up from 400,000 to 600. My assumption as the Cabinet member is that's reoccurring. There's a large chunk of it that's headed as capital. It's unclear to me, it's unclear to officers whether that's reoccurring. They also highlight to me that we can't necessarily rely on that revenue being reoccurring. Once we know that, we're in a position to properly plan going forwards. Now, if Parliament are able to clarify that, if government are able to clarify that, if the MP is able to clarify that, the sooner that happens, the sooner I can answer that question. I want to get on with delivering improved bus services. However, I need that information, the team need that information to be able to provide these services on a reliable basis going forwards. This council's previously seen situations where bus services have had to be withdrawn because funding's been withdrawn. Now, I don't want to have that on my watch again, yes, and therefore that's why this necessary step about understanding is there. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Darling.
Thank you. I'd like to raise a point of personal explanation because I've been named by the member, and I think it's only fair that I should have the opportunity to reply. I would like to reassure colleagues that I want to work constructively and develop a trusting relationship with the administration of this local authority, and I have actioned that request within 24 hours of receiving it. This is marked contrast to what we had previously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Darling. I refer to question 4 in respect to the number of eligible Torbay pensioners not claiming pension credit. Councillor Long, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. And just a simple question as to whether the Department of Work and Pensions has been approached to see if they can provide any further information as to whether there are any other pensioners in terms of numbers who might be eligible for pension credit or council tax support. Thank you.
Councillor Tranter, please provide a response.
I believe we work closely with DDWP, but I'm not sure that somebody's actually gone over and spoken with them, but I can check that out because if they haven't, then obviously that would be a good way to go. But my understanding would be that they have done that we are working with them.
Thank you. I refer to question 5 in respect of helping residents apply for benefits that they might be entitled to. Councillor Douglas Dunbar, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, thank you, Madam Mayor. Could you please tell me whether or not the Citizens' Advice Grant is being secured for this part next coming year? Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Tranter, please provide a response.
Thank you. Yes, it has been secured. Thank you.
I refer to question 6 in respect of warm spaces for residents this winter. Councillor Fox, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I do. And thank you, Councillor Tranter, for your response to my initial question. Seeing as we're now just 3 weeks away from Christmas, do we have precise locations for these 6 warm spaces? I think that's, particularly with the weather getting colder, I think it's important we go along that line. So can you give me an answer to that? Thank you.
Councillor Tranter.
The final 6 locations are still being discussed. We want to make sure they're in the right places. We've still obviously got the libraries that people can go to. We will have the final locations in the next couple of weeks, and they'll all be ready to go in the new year.
Thank you. I refer to question 7 in respect of the Crown and Anchor car park in Paignton. Councillor Carter, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, Madam Mayor. You're saying that there's a backlog, but there's been a backlog because at one point we had Torquay in charge of the services, and that's where the backlogs came from, but we changed that to Swissco, and it was moving forward. We invested £1 million. Are you continuing to invest money into this service?
Thank you. Councillor Billings, please provide a response.
Well, the answer to the question, Madam Mayor, is yes. The answer to the statement is that preceded the question is it reflects a different understanding to what I had. Now, I inherited my post with one where, and sorry members opposite, this is necessary to provide clarification. I inherited my post with one where Swissco had no line painting capacity. It had no operatives who were trained to undertake line painting. It had a mothballed, decommissioned trailer that didn't work for mechanical failure. Now, what I have inherited doesn't reflect a situation where £1 million was invested in line painting previously. And money has been invested to provide a line painting team. Money has been invested to bring back into capacity the previously decommissioned equipment. We've procured a new specialised line painting truck, and we've got some fantastic team members who are dedicated line painting operatives. I can assure you that money is continuing to be invested in that service area. It is that investment that had delivered the results that we've seen around the bay in terms of the line painting. It is that investment that is enabling that to expand around the bay. It is that investment that will continue as per the budget proposals that we are coming to later in the meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I refer to question 8 in respect of parking spaces at Shedden Hill car park in Torquay. Councillor Paignton, do you have a supplementary question?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I refer to question 9 in respect of a pedestrian crossing on Lymington Road. Councillor Mandy Darling, do you have a supplementary question?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I refer to question 10 in respect of a town centre manager for Torquay. Councillor Verdi, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to ask, the town centre manager was budgeted for in the previous administration. Why is it taken 20 months to still waiting for people to apply for this position?
Councillor Chris Lewis, please provide a response.
Yeah, I mean, we have been rather busy over the last 18 months, and we have been putting a lot of our effort into the town centre. And while we've been doing that, we decided that it would be quite wrong to take someone on and then find that we've taken someone on who doesn't fit the role that we wanted. Therefore, over the past 12 months, we've evaluated the situation. We are advertising, we are putting it out there, and we want someone as soon as possible to take over the role that we've actually evaluated over that past 12 months, instead of kick-jerk reaction of recruiting someone straight away. So hopefully, Councillor Verdi, over the next 12 months, you will see an improvement. And I think we've discussed this before, that it is vital, and I'm sure it will be a benefit to the good people of Torquay, Paignton and Brixham. Thank you.
Thank you. I refer to question 11 in respect of controlled parking zones. Councillor George Darling, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I'm glad to have the response from Councillor Billings. I just want to ask why it has taken 2 years for this policy to come forward, as residents have been left completely stuck, unable to progress their CPZ applications over this time.
Councillor Billings, please provide a response.
I can't speak to the time period before I was in post and before this administration. However, I do recognise that there has been some time to ratify this policy. We've brought it through the Transport Working Party, as was, now the Road Network and Travel Working Party. We're very keen to take a collegiate approach across the chamber and recognise the contributions from yourself, Councillor Darling, also from Councillor Cowell at those meetings. I think that my recollection of that meeting is there were some very sensible points that were made. That's led to various reviews of the way that the policy was designed to be implemented, with the guidance document to accompany it. Yes, the team have been delayed somewhat in terms of the equality impact assessment, but one of the reasons why this delay has occurred, and it goes back to what I told a previous full council meeting in relation to where the priority is. I promised that we would deliver the 20-mile-an-hour zones outside schools. And I also explained and expressed at that time that in order to get the step change in delivery, there would be a necessary reflection in terms of some of the other service issues or some of the other service areas that team looks after. And it's the same officers that are leading on those 20-mile-an-hour zones around schools that are also working on this policy. So yes, this has taken too long. However, the time period reflected where the council put its priorities, and I'm pleased that we're finally getting this in place by the end of the month. Recognise that for a lot of residents they would have loved to have seen it sooner, so would I, I'm sure you would have, Councillor, but the time period has reflected where the priority has been, and that was delivering those 20-mile-an-hour zones outside schools. Hopefully we can all agree that that was, on a relative basis, a greater priority. That was certainly what the will of Council was at the time. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Just to note that as Councillor Harvey isn't with us tonight, her question has been withdrawn. So that's question 12. I refer to question 13 in respect of enhancing the bus services across the Bay. Councillor Steve Darling, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I do have a supplementary question. We have seen a bit of a theme here this evening, a failure to engage with our communities across Torbay. I would have hoped that this additional funding would be an opportunity for the local authority. I see very little answering of the actual question that I put, Madam Mayor. I hope you will give the member an opportunity to advise how the member plans to consult with our communities in a meaningful way around these fundings. And I give you assurance, Madam Mayor, that I have put these questions further forward as asked to, because I am here to work in partnership with this local authority and not ignore them, as I have had happen when I was leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Darling. Councillor Billings, please provide a response.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Darling. Hopefully the debate that's going on in Parliament at the moment about improving public transport, I'm sure there are lots of members all across the country who will be asking the Minister to clarify this bus funding and that we'll get an answer from the Minister in relation to whether the funding is reoccurring or whether it is 1 year. In my answer earlier to Councillor Madison, I explained the importance of understanding that answer and I hope that the Minister is able to be pressed on that in tonight's debate. In relation to engaging with the community, in the same way that the previous administration had a bus service improvement plan, a BSIP, and indeed that name is tied into the headings of how this funding is given. That is the same bus service improvement plan that this administration's inherited. We haven't changed the priorities. It really is a comprehensive set of proposals that undertook a very extensive level of engagement previously. To me, I think that bus service improvement plan, and recognising on a relative basis our area has got a very large funding award. Admittedly, we don't quite yet know whether it's reoccurring, but it is an absolutely high number of funding award. I think government's clearly reflected that that bus service improvement plan is robust. I don't see that there's a huge need to go out to consultation because the very basis that we've got that bus service improvement plan is that consultation in the first place. Clearly, we all need better bus services. Clearly, we need to connect communities that currently don't have them. Clearly, we need to provide the bus as an alternative, sustainable means to get to work, leisure, and other opportunities in lieu of the car. These objectives are common across both. Once we have clarification about that funding, we will be able to work with the team, put forward some suggestions about how that funding would be applied and consult at that stage. However, I really must stress, as was the point in my earlier answer, we do need that clarification. And thank you, Councillor Darling, for the work that you're doing as an MP to seek that clarification. If it comes out of tonight's debate, the better. If it comes in due course, the better. As soon as we know, that will be helpful. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I refer to question 14 in respect of the spend in promoting My Bay. Councillor Cowell, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the Leader of the Council for the response and for the clarity. The list of spending on stuff such as advertising is £3,500. But I also note that the administration and promoting this scheme has been the equivalent of one full-time member of staff. And a scheme manager has been recruited and starts in post on 14th of December. So it'd be interesting to know precisely what the cost of the FTE is up to date and the cost of the scheme manager will be, and what is the current uptake on the scheme, excluding any giveaways? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor David Thomas, please provide a response.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor, and I'm delighted to be able to have the opportunity to answer some of the questions on My Bay. I thought that there may not be a supplementary coming and then I would not be afforded the opportunity. But My Bay is an absolutely fantastic scheme for our residents. And just to clarify some of the points in here, you know, we always stated that we would be looking for a scheme manager at some point in the future. What that bottom line says about administering and promoting the scheme, that says that in the future, i.e. not getting the scheme up and running, we are looking at one full-time equivalent to actually get us to that position. What we haven't had since we started, and don't forget, in reality, the My Bay scheme actually starts for real in April. We have got a soft launch, which effectively starts in January, and I think at the moment we have circa 1,500 residents who've actually signed up through the soft launch. I can confirm there are no freebies within the programme. Everything is costed. There has been a huge amount of member time and member commitment to this particular scheme, either it being through cabinet members like myself or Councillor Billing in particular attending Chamber of Trade meetings and business forums. And I would also like to, at this point, thank all of the businesses that have signed up to My Bay, including some councillors who actually have a business who recognise the benefits of this scheme, because the reality is of this scheme, it can only work if there is a huge amount of residents wanting to take part in the scheme, to have that free parking, have that free toilets and that discount on goods and items. That only works as long as we have the businesses as well working on alongside. So it does need those two items together. One final thing, Madam Mayor, that I would just like to mention, because what we haven't...
You've got 30 seconds remaining, Councillor
Thank you very much. What we haven't included in here, because it's not been a cost, is the work that we're doing with the students at South Devon College, who are actually currently creating us an app, a web device that can work on both Android and iPhone, which is effectively going to be coming out once we get the full launch. And 30 seconds, I'm sitting down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor David Thomas. We have only got one more time for one more question. So this will be the last question. I refer to question 15 in respect of the English Riviera show budget. Councillor Maddison, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do. Thank you for the response to the question. It was a bit short on detail, but nonetheless, thank you very much. I would like to ask the Cabinet Member for Culture, please, to advise what opportunity costs have been the result of her decision to run the air show. What I mean by this is what cultural projects, events, or indeed investments in capital, in cultural assets have you foregone, have you considered during the process, and then decided against. And when I think about the beneficiaries of the air show, obviously Paignton and Preston are prime amongst those. Were any of those projects perhaps situated elsewhere in the Bay? Thank you.
Councillor Jackie Thomas, please provide a response.
Thank you, Councillor Maddison. So, no, I mean, we haven't foregone any other projects in favour of the air show. The air show is our flagship budget, and as you can appreciate by the figures in the budget, the air show was a massive success this year. Our total income went up from 224,599 last year to 306,567 this year. When this current administration took over the air show, we struggled to see how we could run the event for another year. We made the decision to bring the air show in-house and also make it a community-based air show so our communities could get involved and take a pride in our fantastic event. As you can appreciate, this was the right decision, and we have made many savings across the board, this enabling us to secure longevity of the air show. I'm so proud of all our community groups, our staff and officers who recently took the Best Team Award at our Staff Awards ceremony, our volunteering council members and also the ER bid and sponsors who have come together to make our English Riviera a fantastic and successful
Councillor
event.
Thomas, is there an answer to the question?
Yeah, I did answer the question, and it was that nothing else has suffered in fear of the air show. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Madam Mayor, that's 30 minutes of questions have now elapsed. So in accordance with Standing Order A12.7, the remaining questions, questions 16 to 27, are now deemed as withdrawn.
This notice of motion has been withdrawn by Councillor Long with consent from Councillor Cowell as a seconder. As a result of the ongoing cross-party working discussions being undertaken with group leaders.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just to come in on that one, that's the notice of motion, the appointment of chairs, overview and coordinator and scrutiny leads, just for clarification.
Notice of motion, strengthening of the shadow cabinet. This notice of motion has been withdrawn by Councillor Cowell with consent from Councillor Long as a seconder as a result of the ongoing cross-party working discussions being undertaken with group leaders. I move to item 10. Can Councillor Timon please put the Cabinet's motion tax support scheme 25-26, please refer to page 31. Can Councillor Timon please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's this time of year we always have to look again at the Council tax support scheme to take effect from the coming April for the following 12 months. This year we've made a number, or proposing to you tonight, that we make a number of changes to the scheme. The changes, apart from the last one, the upgrading of rates, the other changes went out to consultation. Consultation gave a support to all of them. Surprisingly, I think, from my point of view, by not as big a margin as I might have expected, but nevertheless a healthy margin of support. And by that I mean a lot of them were things that could only be of benefit to people who deserved to be benefited, and I was actually sad to see quite a lot of people in consultation not agreeing with them. But that's what people are allowed to do, so we have to take notice of that. If I come to the proposal, it breaks down into basically three areas. One is to correct a situation where a small number of people who had disability or caring responsibility were being, I think, unfairly excluded from getting the support under the scheme that they were due or were warranted. That came to my notice fairly soon after the last council tax was agreed. Adjustments have been made for those people if they've applied through the hardship scheme, but I think it's now correct that we change the scheme so people don't have to apply to the hardship scheme to get that support. It becomes as a matter of right. It will affect a very small number of people, but it can only be a benefit to people. There's then a group of changes that are there to bring our scheme for working age claimants in line with that for pensioners. They're mirroring exactly what has been done by the government in the national scheme, as I say, for people of pension age. And the third change is to adjust the bands. If I come to the recommendations in 3.1, I won't read out the detail there, it's in front of everybody, except for item 6, because I'm proposing a very slight change of wording to item 6, which I have already verbally notified Councillors Long and Councillor Carroll of, because how it's been put in this report isn't quite reflecting what was intended. And number 6, my revised wording for that is that all income bands will be increased by the September 2024 Consumer Price Index rate at 1.7%, and the Director of Finance be given delegated authority to make amendments to the table in paragraph 6.2 of the submitted report to reflect that change. That change that I'm proposing will just be moving the bands by £1 or £2 and will bring one or two people, or will prevent one or two people dropping out of the scheme who would drop out of the scheme as the report is written. So those are the proposals being put forward, and I hope everyone can give that support to that scheme for the year going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Tyman. Is there a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to second, and at this particular juncture, I reserve my right. Thank you.
I now invite debate. Councillor Long.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I was amused earlier by the reference to Councillor Carroll. I'm not sure there's been a councillor of that name for a little while. Just to say that this item is absolutely fine as far as it goes, and as I understand it, is not really doing much more than implementing government required changes. As I said at Cabinet either earlier this week or last week, I forget when it was, I was disappointed that this item is not continuing what the previous administration started, and reducing the amount of council tax that those on council tax support actually pay. And it's interesting that in the budget monitoring item that we're discussing later on tonight's agenda, it talks about the economic situation that we're facing at the moment, and so there's lots of economic challenges which will be hitting those who are on the lowest incomes hardest. This morning there was circulated an amendment that I would like to move. It's a very modest amendment which is before us, that in future years the Director of Finance provides the option of increasing the discount for those in council tax support so they can be taken into consideration for future decisions being made. The amendment does not actually commit the administration to actually doing anything, but just simply ensures that there is information provided to ask the information for decision making around this item. So with your indulgence, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move that amendment, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I rise to second and reserve my right.
Thank you. I now... Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would have been really, I was surprised when this came through at the moment. When it did come through. We've had a number of meetings where we would have expected it to come through. Haven't had an opportunity to discuss this and would request a recess.
Perfect. I think we should adjourn for 5 minutes. Thank you. Please, can everyone take their seats, please? We're just waiting for a couple of members to come back. Sorry everyone, we're still waiting for just a couple members to get back from each side. Okay, so I'd like to invite debate on the amendment, please. Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for calling me. And I would like to welcome this amendment. We did have an election a few months ago, and one of the key issues in the election was the cost of living crisis. And I would suggest that supporting people who are on benefits through making the system more generous to them, although only very slightly generous through this, is a positive way that we can be helping people through the cost of living crisis. I would also reflect to members that with a lot of our utility bills going up significantly under the previous government, as well as a lot of our basic food basics, the amount of goods and services that benefits will cover has significantly reduced. And so I would suggest that the amendment, it gives us an opportunity to reflect on this next year and make sure that we can make an informed decision as to where we want to, how we are in a position to support those most in need in our communities. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate, Councillor Cowell, you reserved your right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And it's bit disappointing, really, that we table a motion in good faith, and we notified the Cabinet Member for Finance around about lunchtime, I think, just to make sure that their group were aware that the motion had been tabled. We would have liked to have circulated it yesterday, but it was slightly tweaked by relevant officers. That was published as soon as it was cleared by Councillor Long and myself. So it is disappointing that we find ourselves having to have the adjournment, because we were hoping that the Conservative group would have been able to have that consideration before tonight's meeting. It's further disappointing that there's no comment on the principle of it. So I'm hoping we can take that they will accept the amendment, and we'll have unanimity tonight, as we hope we will for the rest of the evening. And just to give it a bit of a sense check, we had one of the lowest support council tax schemes in the region, and we've started the process of edging it back to something that is more viable. I've just looked and checked, for example, Plymouth is at 80%, which means that council taxpayers who qualify will only be paying 20%. I think there's a recognition that the principle of people should pay something, and in some areas I know it does exceed 90%. But in Torbay we do need to start that process of continuing, when appropriate, to be able to edge that council tax scheme upwards. We're not committing anybody to anything within this motion other than to consider. That's all this amendment is seeking. And if we're not prepared to consider things in the future, then what are we here for? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Long.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And I have to say that I concur with Councillor Cowell that I am surprised by the surprise, because I raised this item at Cabinet when that Cabinet met, and so there shouldn't be a surprise that we're raising it here. And I'm also slightly surprised because when I spoke to the Cabinet Member for Finance before the meeting, I was advised that the Conservative group were mulling it over. So I was slightly even more surprised that there was a surprise at the amendment. And as Councillor Cowell mentioned, the amendment was shared far earlier than has been customarily the practice, and much, much earlier than answers to questions, for example. And this amendment does nothing more than request information be provided about what increasing the discount would mean when this item comes up for consideration every year. And so being armed with information is not something that's scary or commits any money. So I can only assume that this will be welcomed by the party opposite. Many thanks.
Councillor Tyman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support a lot of the statements that have been said in terms of the fact that we need to do what we can to ease the cost of living crisis for our residents, those that are in, particularly those that are finding it a struggle to make ends meet. There are a number of different ways of doing that, through the Household Support Fund, through council tax support here, and I certainly would aim to give consideration going forward to whether more should be done this way, or whether more should be done in other ways that we spend the council's budget. If this motion had been come forward, just asking Cabinet to consider doing this and to think about it and to investigate how we can best help our residents, I would have more sympathy with it. I find it a little bit goes against the grain in a way that we're instructing as a council the Director of Finance, through this motion, to carry out a review, not just once, but actually it's further reviews in future years, not just 1 year, about what we do. I would certainly expect to sit down and have a real conversation with the Director of Finance before the time we would be going out to consultation on any changes, to review whether the council's budgets and the total performance of the council at that time would make it the right thing to do to go out to such a consultation. And I will do that each year while I'm doing this job. But I just do not like, I'm afraid, and I think my colleagues do not like, the muddling up, as I see it, from the opposition of actually being an opposition with actually trying to take the administrative role away from me and my colleagues. And I feel this is what, you may grin if you like, but that's how I see it. We've got to work one way or another. It's if you want to come and say to me, please do something, come to me and say, please do something, and I, within my role, will do it. Shake your heads all you like. I just don't think this is the right way to go forward. And do you wish to say something? Okay, obviously not. And therefore, I'm not going to give this.
Councillor Steve Darling, I'll take that in just a moment after Councillor Timon has finished.
Thank you so much,
Madam Mayor. This will not have my support.
Councillor Steve Darling, your point of personal explanation.
Yes, I'm confused as to whether Councillor Timon believes that he is running this meeting or yourself. After 30 years on this local authority, I thought it was the Mayor who chose who to invite to speak rather than the Cabinet member. Can you please clarify?
Councillor Steve Darling, I'm sorry, I don't believe that that's a point of personal explanation, so I'm just going to move straight on to the vote on the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? And the amendment is lost. I now invite debate on the original motion. Councillor Brooke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say to Councillor Timon, thank you very much for doing the minor amendment in point number 6. The reason for that minor amendment came from one of my residents. They emailed me last week to say in their particular circumstance they were looking at getting a council tax reduction with a discount, and they were in the band for potentially a 20% discount. However, their income was £3 a month greater than the maximum, and so they lost that opportunity. When in that email, they said, can you tell me how the bands are changed each year? So when I was reading the report, I noticed that the top band was
going to increase by 1.7%, which is the CPI, which is linked to benefits increase. But the lower bands weren't being increased by that amount. They've been increased by an arbitrary £30 or £40, which one wonders, does that make a big difference? But in this resident's case, it was a difference of £3 a month in benefit, which means they could claim their council tax discount, but with the way it was worded, they wouldn't be able to. So by moving it to being 1.7 for increase for all bands, that then relieves the worry for my residents. So I very much thank him. It seems a minor one, but actually was a major difference for certain residents. Thank you.
Any further debates? Councillor Cowell?
Yes, whilst I welcome the motion before us and the tidying up exercise, I have to say that I had a 41-minute telephone conversation today with the Cabinet member, and I've just looked to see exactly how long it was. And at no point was the concerns about the difference between opposition and administration pointed out to me. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. And I think we're probably going to hear this phrase a lot in the coming weeks, or maybe not. Better governance built on trust. It may ring a bell with a few of you. So hopefully with more as we progress. So I am disappointed in the outcome of the loss of the amendment, but I will be supporting the motion before us.
Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say a quick word in support of the report, especially what caught my eye was on 3.5, where it talks about being able to disregard some payments that have been made to our armed services. So that is something I do welcome. There is approximately about 5% of people who are homeless are former armed services personnel, and if this enables them to have a little bit more money in their pocket from their benefits, hopefully it could prevent some of that from happening. So just to say that this has been in place in Torbay for many, many years, and I welcome it, and just to say I fully support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I would like to heartily concur with Councillor Foster about the Royal British Legion Honour Their Service campaign, and this is something that we raised a little over a year ago, where we got Disabled Facilities Grant taken account that the awards raised for injured servicemen be disregarded. I'm delighted that we're also covering this area. In fact, the Minister has agreed to meet with me and a fellow Liberal Democrat colleague from Eastbourne to explore taking a similar approach for pension credit. So I'll look forward to reporting back to colleagues, because that would be a significant breakthrough in supporting our armed forces. So thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Councillor Long.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm just going to say something very kind of procedural. I've been incredibly disappointed this evening by the approach taken by the leadership of the group opposite this evening, and Councillor Cowell has prompted me that there is the phrase that's being used about better governance based on trust. And this side of the table have done a number of things to show willing this evening. We have been asked previously to share amendments earlier, which we have done today, and we indicated that we would that Councillor Cowell has indicated we would have done that earlier, but because of tweaks by officers to that, it would have been even earlier. And we have agreed to second things this evening to show willing as well. So the approach by the party opposite is incredibly disappointing. Now, I have agreed to second a number of items this evening. and I have been debating myself whether, in light of what's been happening, whether I should do so. I will do so today, but after this evening, what's been going on this item, I do begin to question whether the whole process has been a bit of a farce. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any further debates? I now move to the vote. Councillor Thomas, you reserved your right.
Thank you indeed, Madam Mayor. And yes, better governance built on trust. And it is a phrase that hopefully the rest of the council will come to understand what it actually is all about. And it is actually trying to put this council in a better position, built on that trust across the chamber. Look, tonight is not a space to go into that, but we have spent some considerable time getting to a place that, and unfortunately, it was sad that you know where we found ourselves. But I think that going back to the council tax support scheme, in a way, it's a little bit of a shame that it comes forward ahead of the budget, because effectively it's contingently linked. Whatever money you spend here, you can't spend there. So they all should be, you know, and the reality is, for us as an administration, you know, we're going through all of those pieces of information about how far can we go here, because if we want to deliver that. So it's not just like throw it all up in the air and see what lands. I think for me, the really important, you know, we've put some important things in here. Councillor Brooks already spoke about item 6, but for me, item 1, that affects a lot of people. And actually, I've had a number of emails over the last year who have people who are self-employed and assumed that they may have a disability, they maybe have a caring responsibility. But previous to this report, it was assumed that because they were self-employed, they could work 40 hours a week at the national minimum wage. And effectively, one day they might only be able to do 2 hours. So they might only be able to work, let's say, 5 hours in a week because of a caring responsibility or because of a disability. Previously, before this evening, that was not recognised. So for me, that you know, affects quite a number of people in our community, and for me, that is the standout that I think, you know, people should be supporting for that item alone. I hope that we do have a unanimous support and that we can move forward building that better governance built on trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tyman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'd like to say just one or two things. The first thing, just to put everyone's mind at rest, I didn't spend 41 minutes talking to Councillor Cowell just on this item. We did cover quite a lot of other things as well. I don't think either he or I could have got 41 minutes worth of conversation out of the council tax support scheme. And just to pick up what is said, I think that it would have been, I mean, thank you to Councillor Cowell for phoning me up and talking about it. I think if it had been earlier, we could have looked to see whether we could have done something, and actually that would be even better. So rather than come as an amendment and say then can we get that amendment through, if we could discuss the problem at an earlier stage, then I think that could be even more helpful going forward. Anyway, I don't think I'll say anything more, except where I see anomalies like Councillor Thomas just mentioned in the first item that we changed, I will put them right. That had been not something that's there. I researched and saw what other councils did, and other councils actually were a bit inconsistent the way they did it, but they all had recognised that that group, or a number of them had recognised that that group had needed help, additional help, and I think what we've come up with actually is better than some of those other councils have got in the way in which we've done it. I hope it gets support.
All those in favour on the original motion? All those against? And anyone abstaining? And the motion is carried. I move to item 11, the council tax base 25-26. Please refer to the late report circulated on the 4th of December 2024. Page 3 in the supplement pack. Can Councillor Timon please put his motion to the council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When I've introduced this item in previous years, I've tended to say this is just a technical report and very little else. I'm going to break from that just a little bit because I think that it is worth noting that the council tax base has increased quite a lot from last year, a much greater movement than we're used to seeing, and I think it's just worth making members just in broad terms aware of why. The number of dwellings compared with that in last year's council tax base has gone up by about 0.5%. The total discounts being claimed has gone down by about 7.5%. That's 7.5% of itself, not 7.5% of the total take. Because of the work that has been done by the Finance Department in getting people to self-verify that they are justified in having the 25% discount, it appears that quite a lot of people have not chosen to claim that they were entitled to that going forward. So that has had quite a significant effect on increasing the council tax base, the fact that far fewer people are getting that discount. There's also a very significant other, well, there's actually two significant other changes. One is that the number of people claiming council tax reductions, the council tax support scheme we've just been talking about, has come down slightly. I suspect that is largely because of the significant increase in minimum wage and probably the fairly large increases in pensions compared with inflation over the last year. So there's been a little bit of a movement upwards in the council tax base because of that. But the other main factor in there is the inclusion of the extra money that we receive from second homes. That's been put in there at an estimated that we receive 50% of what in theory appears possible. It is, of course, absolutely impossible for any of us to know what that's going to be going forward. We've already heard quite a lot of information around that quite a lot of second homes are being put on the market, and that therefore they won't be able to be charged for the double level of council tax going forward if they're sold from ordinary housing. But if that's what happens, we shouldn't be sorry, because that's one of the purposes, to try and bring second homes that don't have a good use as second homes back into the property market to help solve, and to a degree, to help contribute to solving the housing crisis. So a much greater change to the council tax base than we're used to seeing, but that actually is helping the funding. We'll talk more about priority resources and when the budget's presented of how that extra income is going to be utilised to the benefit of residents in Torbay. So I'd just ask Council to support the proposed acceptance of the council tax base as written in the report.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Long?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to second and reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite debate. Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And I would particularly, it's really helpful that Councillor Tyman has raised the issues of the second home monies. And I'm aware that in my surgeries, a significant number of the people approaching me, and it isn't a surprise, it's around the desperate need for more affordable housing in Torbay. I am surprised to learn that the local authority has wound up the strategic group that have been meeting to drive forward more affordable homes, and that would have helped us consider this money.
Councillor Steve Darling, sorry, can we keep on topic, please?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I was, because I went on to say how, Madam Mayor, I'm looking for how that section of the local authority could have helped us drive a way forward. Now, Councillor Tyman, in your summing up, I would want an assurance that you plan to ring fence this money to help deliver affordable housing for people in need in Torbay, as your very as your Conservative colleagues, I understand, in Cornwall have planned to do. I look forward to that reassurance. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any further debates? Councillor Long, you reserved your right.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Tyman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to give that reassurance today, I'm afraid, Councillor Darling. It's actually not anything to do with setting the council tax base. I did say in my statement that we could discuss that at priority and resources in terms of the use of that money. I think that's the right place to be talking about it. We're only talking 2 or 3 days away. I welcome input at those meetings from anyone in that regard, and we will be actually mentioning some ways in which it is going to support that already. So I'm not going to give that assurance today, just because I don't believe it is relevant to this discussion on this topic.
I now move to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Any abstentions? So the motion is carried unanimously. I move to item 12, budget monitoring 24-25, April to September, revenue and capital outturn forecast. Please refer to page 65. Can Councillor Tyman please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The monitoring report in front of you has been through scrutiny, it's been through Cabinet, it's had quite a lot of debate, questions have been answered in those categories. If I remember correctly, there were no direct recommendations coming out of scrutiny. The revenue part is just for noting. The capital part is a restatement of a lot of capital projects. There is one item specifically that I believe is important that we consider today, and that is the item that is mentioned under 2.5, which is the Council delegates authority to approve capital budget increases which are as a result or which are in respect of the drawdown of specific grant that the Director of Finance, the Section 151 officer, in consultation with the Cabinet Member for Housing and Finance. As stated there, the delegation applies to using grant funding where there is no direct financial impact on the Council's revenue budgets and no borrowing, and therefore no impact on or future liability to the Council. The reason why we're asking for that is that with the frequency of Council meetings and the frequency of monitoring reports, it has the ability to hold up putting small amounts, usually small amounts of extra money into investigating elements of capital programmes going forward. If it's from grant money, we believe that that should be delegated to the finance officer to authorise, and he will only be doing that on the basis of recommendation through the capital and whatever it's called, Capital and Growth Board. So I think it's important to do that, and following on from that, that if that is agreed by Council, of course, that the monitoring officer will update the officer scheme of delegation to reflect the delegation above. So, and item 2.4, the Council should approve the revisions to the capital investment plan as per Appendix 1.
Is there a seconder?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor. I stand to second and reserve my right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now invite debate. Councillor Long.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And I just wanted to briefly highlight the continued pressure that there is on the Housing Options Service. And whilst there is continued good work on temporary accommodation, which builds on the initiative that the last administration started, what is missing is the creation of more affordable homes generally, which would be the long-term solution to that pressure. And as Councillor Darling alluded to on the last item, it is a great shame because that the Strategic Housing Board has been wound down, and in brackets, if we're talking about governance built on trust, it's also a shame that we heard about it on this side from a third party rather than from the administration themselves. There seems to be, and there's going to be a theme in tonight's agenda, that there doesn't seem to be much of a link, a golden thread, if you like, between all the elements of housing, and I think that's where that board fitted in, as well as being able to influence the market. So that is a bit disappointing. Thank you.
Councillor Cowell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And it's on that recommendation at 2.5 that whilst I don't necessarily have a problem with the principle, Councillor Timon actually referred to usually small sums of money, and it would be through the approval of the mystical Capital and Growth Board that we don't ever see sight of the minutes or the workings of that. And only recently, in the last 12-18 months, as a member of the administration, been a participant in that board, which is something to be applauded. I just have a nervousness about the delegating authority when we're spending money. I accept that it's grant money, it will be for specific projects. I recognise the frequency of council to authorise potential project spend, I'd have been happier to see some kind of a limit on what that delegation of authority might be. I know it, in theory it's tied in with the principle of the delegation of responsibility for officers, but rather than just solely going through the Capital and Growth Board, I think one of the other opportunities to share these kind of small things, if that's what they are, would have been at the Cabinet's Capital Working Party, and I'd like to think that we could actually include that moving forward. I'm just nervous that we're talking about public money being spent on our behalf, and we're quite often, not just the opposition, but even members of the administration can be in the dark, and I'd rather not be a mushroom anymore, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Cowell very eloquently has raised my area of concern, which is small amounts of money. For most residents in Torbay, with our being a very deprived community, a small amount of money is £10 or £20. £50 is probably quite a large amount of money. I wonder if the Cabinet member would be kind enough to tell us what he believes a small amount of money, and whether and how that would chime with most people who live in Torbay belief in what a small amount of money is, or are you out of touch? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Bye.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we're really rather losing our way in this debate and missing the big picture. This is about the budget monitoring and the capital programme. I work, as you may well know, with other lead members for children's services in the South West network. Pretty much every councillor I deal with would be envious, so envious to have the strength, the financial strength of this council, to be looking at a budget that is nearly balanced when there's such huge pressures that are actually bringing some of our other councils in the South West region to the point of bankruptcy. This is budget monitoring, and I want to say well done to Councillor Tyman and the professional team that this council is in a strong position. We are in a very strong position compared to so many others, so we are able to help those who are less well off. Housing, just looking at this report again briefly, Union Square we're bringing forward, St Kilda's we're bringing forward, the Hotels to Home scheme we're bringing forward. That is 3 good solid projects that will bring forward much needed affordable housing. I'm particularly pleased to see the provision for the support for the refurbishment of the YMCA building that's been added. That's hugely appreciated because that's a base where much needed services, children's services, are undertaken. So there's lots here, and school improvement, working with Sherwell Valley School is there in the programme. So let's not beat ourselves up over some very small items. Let's celebrate the success of this council and the strong financial management. Thank you.
Any further debates? Councillor Chris Lewis. Councillor Tyman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I think I'd better answer it. Yeah, I take Councillor Darling's point in terms of the small amount of money. The small amounts of my money I'm talking about are small in relation to the total council's capital budget. They certainly would run into tens of thousands of pounds. But they're the sorts of sums of money that you need to drive investigation or indeed progress of projects forward. And it really isn't too helpful if we have to wait what at times can be 2.5 months for another council meeting to be able to make forward. We need to move at pace, if not for any other reason, but it's if things get delayed, costs tend to go up, and that's not at all helpful. I think that I will just point out from a point of view, I think, of good order, that Capital and Growth Board, I'm actually technically not a member of it. I don't have a say in a vote I'm an observer at those meetings. And just again on a technicality, the Strategic Housing Board actually took a decision itself to wind itself up. It wasn't a decision taken by the council, though it was, I will be quite open, based upon a report that was done by an officer of the council and presented to them in talking about the advantages of what they did and how the position might look going forward. But they themselves decided to wind themselves up. It was not a decision taken by the administration or indeed the council. But in terms of that, can I just look for support in the recommendation before us? I will say to Councillor Cowell, I will have a look and see whether there's a way in which we can at least report through the Cabinet Working Group what's going on. I still don't want to hold things up by waiting for those meetings, because even they are not probably in the same time scale that officers need to progress projects in some instances.
Thank you. I now move to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. All those against? And any abstentions? And that motion is carried. I move to item 13, the Paignton Picture House. Please refer to page 85. An additional Appendix 4 detailing the future High Street Fund allocations circulated on the 2nd of December 2024 at page 9 of the supplement pack. Can Councillor Chris Lewis please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor. Paignton Picture House. This motion does come to the Council. It came to Cabinet last week where 3.1 was approved, and it was approved that 3.2 would then come to the full Council with the Cabinet's approval. And I hope we can move past what's gone on before, and hopefully we will get cross-party and approval on this one. As we all know, the Picture House is in the centre of Paignton and is a truly historic landmark of the town of Paignton. One that Agatha Christie, those who've gone round it before they took the seats up, you can see Agatha Christie's seat with the chauffeur next door to it. I understand Councillor By's mum used to go there on a frequent basis, and I know that Councillor Barbara Lewis's mother had a regular seat on the back row. So it is truly an iconic building for Paignton. And I'd like to say thank you to Paul Hawthorne, who is the chair of the Trust, for all the work and dedication that he's done over the years, along with Josephine Brown. They really do have a passion for the Picture House and are determined to make sure that it works. Councillor Thomas and I found that there was a problem about 12 months ago, 18 months ago, when we first got elected as the administration. And at that time, we gave Paul Hawthorne our assurance that we would do whatever we can to make sure that that project goes ahead. Unfortunately, once the tenders came in a few months ago, they were aware, the Trust, and we were aware, and so was the Arts Council, that there was a problem with the tenders. And I think everyone appreciates that after COVID, a number of the projects, and we've seen them in our own ownership, that the price of material and other things have meant that you have price inflation on going forward on a lot of the projects. So at that stage, Councillor Thomas and I and the administration looked at it and we thought, what do we do? If we don't give the support, we'd have to return the money to the Arts Council. We'd have to probably return the money to the future High Street Fund. But more importantly, we wouldn't have a restored picture house for Paignton. And we couldn't let that happen. And at the same time, the Arts Council were asking us for confirmation that the funds were underwritten. They would not go to the next stage, which would be releasing the funds, unless they knew the project was completely covered. Clearly, the trusts were not able to do that. Therefore, we had to step in. And we stepped in and created the tripartite partnership. So it is a partnership of Torbay Council, the Arts Council, and the Paignton Picture House Trust. And that meant bringing all the players together to find a solution going forward. And again, I'd like to thank the members of the Trust of the Picture House, our officers who have worked hard over the last few months. And I'll own up that it has been difficult. And there have been difficult conversations with myself, with officers, and with the Trust. But I think we have come to a solution going forward. And that's the important thing, that it is a partnership. No one of the three own it. We all come in and bring our expertise and our bit to play in getting it achieved. So the recommendation is to allocate 900,000 from the Future High Street Fund, and the council to underwrite, which is what the Arts Council wanted, for the council to underwrite the project up to a level of 1.6 million. I hope it won't get to that stage, but we need that assurance that we can get it across the line. So I ask for your support today, and I hope that it will be cross-party, giving a clear message to the Arts Council. That
Sorry, Councillor Lewis, you've got 30 seconds left.
Giving a clear message to the Arts Council that we support this project. If we do this tonight, we will then have the Picture House, which will be able to be shared with future residents, future visitors, and will start the transformation of Paignton Town Centre. So I ask for your support. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Kell?
Madam Mayor, I rise to second, but will reserve my right.
I now invite debate. Councillor Long, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I'd like to place on record the Lib Dem Group's support for the Picture House, and after all, we did support it when part of the partnership administration, and would like to join Councillor Lewis in thanking Paul Hawthorne and his team for the sterling work that that project team has been doing, and we will be voting for this tonight. However, we do have some concerns, and it is possible to support a scheme whilst having concerns about how this report has been put together and how a project is being taken forward. As I said at Cabinet last week, this particular partnership reads and feels like a council takeover rather than a true partnership of three equal partners. But I'm particularly concerned about the environment of the £900,000. And I've been concerned prior to Cabinet and continuing about which future high street projects this money has been transferred from. I did ask for the appendix that's been included to be included in this evening, but I had asked for that appendix to be clear about where this money had been transferred from or been wired from, and unfortunately it doesn't do that. I will let, I saw that Councillor Carter has put her hand up, so I will let her and perhaps Councillor Penny as the ward councillors to outline what consultation they have been part of regarding that environment and what the community consultation there has been on that. But I do suspect that there is a big fat nothing. I did feel when I was at Cabinet that I was in a part of the 1984 novel because we were told that we shouldn't have negative thoughts about the scheme. And there were also there was a lot of propaganda about how much delivery had been done. And if you think about Paignton, the delivery that's been done so far has been car parks being turned into car parks. So I think we perhaps need a bit less of that. There has been much talk of the new process that's been going on, where there's going to be governance based on trust. And I would like that governance based on trust to include more information sharing. We're all grown-ups in this room, there are opportunities for cross-party support for items, and so there should be much more information sharing. And I would just like to say that in the previous administration we did have and I probably got the name wrong, but Councillor Darling will correct me, there was the Town Deal and Future High Streets Working Group, where there used to be an appendix or paperwork in the report listing literally line by line of what each project's budget was. And community representation was there along with ward councillors. But now we have the Capital Projects Working Party, where literally you have a paragraph on each project, and we need to get back to the level of detail that was there before, particularly if you're wanting cross-party support for things. Thank you.
Councillor Carter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm excited about this because Picture House has been stumbling along for a long time now, and we're dying to see that finished. But, there's always a but. Yet again, the ward councillors have not been included in any of the information, any of the discussions. The first I heard that this partnership existed was at the Cabinet meeting. Was it last week? Oh, this week, I have to say, can't remember which week it is. But we've not had any negotiations with us. We haven't been asked about what the public feel. We haven't seen a consultation. We've spoken to local residents and they haven't been asked. We've just been in the dark yet again, and I'm just getting surprise after surprise that this comes along. Obviously, I will be supporting it, but it would be nice if the ward councillors could be involved in this, and perhaps you could do that in the future, please. And we would love to be involved in any of the negotiations or meetings or whatever, but we would like the detail, please.
Thank you. Councillor Penny?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Long, Councillor Carter have said exactly what I was going to say, so I can rip this up now. No wish to repeat things unnecessarily, and if I do, I'm sure you'll advise me accordingly. The 900,000. First of all, I too am in support, no question, and I'm not jangling keys today. Sorry, that was a conversation there. 900,000, I'm in support of it, right? It's a great idea, and I look forward to when it's completed. I hope to attend on many happy occasions. Genuinely, quite genuinely. It's already been referred that we don't know where this money is coming from, other than Future High Street Fund, which is a big pot of itself. We hear that, well, we didn't hear. We need more information sharing, we've been told. So what I heard, and understand, is by rumour only. And the rumour goes, and sometimes rumours are good and sometimes they're very dangerous. I'm well aware of that. It's coming from Victoria Square, and it's fortuitously coming from Victoria Square because the council are so late in doing anything. We'll have to hand it back to the government. Why hand it back to the government? Let's use it. And if that's the case, I'm all for using it. But that's the rumour. I emphasise rumour, because I've had no facts until I saw the Cabinet myself. That's the first thing to mention. So therefore, there is an opportunity cost to Paignton, as well as good news for the Picture House. My second point is something perhaps closer to my heart, and you'd expect me to say. In the supporting information in the report, in paragraph 8, which is associated risks, it's described as risks. Council could withdraw, leaving council responsible for repaying the money. And the second one is 1.6 million, it's been mentioned, 1.6 million maximum underwriting ceiling may be insufficient to deliver the project. May be insufficient to deliver the project to completion. And yes, there are mitigations in hand and in place and being developed, which is great news. But it would be interesting, it's described as risks. It would be interesting to know for each of the two, because they are exposing us, potentially. It's a tripartite, but who's going to carry the financial can? We are. Let's be very clear. What the unmitigated risks are in terms of high, medium and low, red, amber, green. That is our risk management procedures and strategies, which are improving day by day and are being well introduced throughout and run by our officers. So I look forward to monitoring these items at future audit committees and come back and, if necessary, report to whether it's the Cabinet or ONS or I don't know. I'm told different things by different people. I'll find out one day and I'll be a happier person. Having said which, looking forward to audit committees in the future, Mr. Chairman of the Audit Committee. I support completely the Paignton Picture House. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, for calling me. And I'd like to, first of all, get it out there that I strongly support the outcomes from this particular project. Paignton Picture House is extremely special and it does need to be got over the line. What I would welcome an explanation around of is in respect of all the options that we considered, because our officers are perhaps our biggest asset. And I wish one of them was here, actually, who I think has been driving the project, but I understand he might have just left the meeting. And I would have liked to have been him here so I could congratulate him of the sterling work that he and his colleagues have been doing to regenerate our communities and particularly our town centres. But and as they're our greatest asset, I'm somewhat surprised as a local authority we have spare capacity of officers to effectively take over this project. If we've got such spare capacity of officers, what other projects are we choosing not to drive over the line? Surely one option that I understand that happens elsewhere in the country is a managing quantity surveyor to come in and act as an independent arbiter to help drive these projects way forward, who may have expertise that could be brought into our world in Torbay, rather than thinking the solutions are always within the walls of the town hall. Getting additional expertise, we know, helps drive us, and bringing that fresh blood in. I'm surprised that we as a local that the local authority thinks that the apple should not fall too far from the tree, when actually getting help from outside and that additional capacity from outside, rather than stretching our most vital asset, which is our officers, even further. I look forward to some reassurances for the member from Preston.
Any further debate? Councillor Cow, you reserved your right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And, you know, I'm a Paigntonian, and I moved to Torquay to try and raise the tone in Torquay. So Paignton Picture House has always had a fond part in my childhood, as did places like Oldway, of course. So, of course, I'm really supportive of the progress that's going to be made at the Picture House, and it's been a privilege to be part of it to some degree, and in early conversations and supporting Josephine and Paul and the team and trustees that were there. Of course, any project of this size can hit the buffers. It can hit, when I say buffers, I immediately thought of Edgenswell Railway Station. But I think it is a positive thing. It's positive that we're actually saying we are prepared to put our money where our mouth is, in particular terms, to our partners such as the Arts Council. Back in 2019, the relationship with the Arts Council, another heritage organisation, barely existed. And I think it's fair to say that through a lot of hard work and the establishment of the first ever heritage strategy in 2020, I think, or 21, that has helped form the basis of strengthening partnerships with those outside organisations. And of course, it was in July 21, I think, that the administration then supported the selection of Paignton Picture House as its preferred option to be put forward for funding from the Cultural Development Fund, and we put forward the original expression of interest. It has always received cross-party support, not just in the council chambers, but people engaging with the trustees and those people behind the project who are working so hard to deliver what will be a second gem in Paignton once Oldway is fully restored. So I'm happy to second, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Chris Lewis.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor. Councillor Long, it looks like a takeover, and this applies to others who spoke. It's not a takeover, but we are at risk, as Councillor Penny says. 900,000 from the High Street Fund, underwriting of 1.6 million. The good people of Torbay will never forgive us if we didn't have control of that budget. It's their money. Therefore, it is a partnership, but clearly Torbay Council have to take a lead on it financially, because if the risk is bad, Councillor Penny, then we have to pick up the tab for it, or the people of Torbay have to pick up the tab. And that's why it has been a difficult conversation, and it was a confidential conversation, and that's why we couldn't share it. We were asked, it was going backwards and forwards. Were we going to be able to get the deal across the line? Were we going to take people with us? And that's why we couldn't share it. I did share it with Councillor Darling at one of our monthly meetings a week ago. Councillor Darling, was it? Probably a week ago, at the earliest opportunity. And that's why the Cabinet report was late. If you look at it, the Cabinet report came about 2 days before the Cabinet meeting. And for that very reason, we were having discussions with the Arts Council, we were having discussions with the Trust, which were confidential. As soon as we could open it up, we opened it up, and the report came to the Cabinet. The 900,000, we're looking, you can move money around, you have to get slight permission, but they are flexible on moving money around. You're quite right, it probably will come from the Victoria Square budget that we had. We've spoken to our partners, Wilmot, Dixon, Milligan, who are working on a project, working on that now, and they believe that we could release that money now, and they would get it in other ways. In other words, an investor coming into Victoria Square. So they thought if we needed that money now to get it across the line, because it is urgent, because otherwise the Arts Council, as I said in my speech, won't release the money. Therefore, we can take that money away and it will be replaced. It won't be lost to Victoria Square, it will be replaced. Councillor Carter, I think I've answered the confidential. We would like to have kept everyone informed, but it was difficult to do so. Councillor Penny, rumour of Victoria Square, yeah, it's probably not a rumour, it's probably true. And that's where the money will come from for the reasons I've just told you. Councillor Darling, it's the very question I asked when we knew that we were going to have to step in. Have we got the capacity to do it? They've assured me that we have got the capacity and we have got the expertise to do it. And that's the way we're going to go forward. And hopefully, after tonight, when we've got all the support, we will find the picture house will go forward, and it'll be the first delivery for Paignton, the regeneration of Paignton. I mentioned the car parks, it came up. We've got the car parks because we thought it was prudent to put Crossways into a car park and then Victoria Square into a car park, because we will lose over 100 spaces with the flood defences. And what we didn't want to do is, when all the visitors come to Paignton, they had nowhere to park. So it was prudent to turn them into car parks while our partners, Wilmot Dixon Milligan and ourselves, were coming up. And we do have the working party, the capital. We've said time and time again, and Councillor Long, we emphasised it at the last meeting, if you've got certain projects that you want to discuss in detail, let us know beforehand. We'll get the right officer and go through them in detail. It's early days, and I think the early days was to give a picture of what was coming forward so that everyone had, you know, a couple of minutes, as you quite rightly say, on each project. Now we're going beyond that stage and pick up which projects you want to go into more detail, and we're very happy to do that. Anyway, hopefully good news. We'll all be supportive for the picture house. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Members, we're just going to take a little break. Obviously, it's gone past 7 o'clock. So 10 minutes and then all back here, please. Thank you. Members, can we take our seats, please? Okay, we're going to crack on. So moving to item 14, please refer to page 165. Can Councillor Chris Lewis please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. And this is all about the Union Square Assembly. It came to Cabinet, who have given a recommendation to the Council for approval on the motion. I mean, basically, it's giving authority to compulsory purchase properties as outlined in the map, which has a red outline. And it is for the delivery of that project. As I said at Cabinet, compulsory purchases are a last resort. And we hope they won't be required and that we can negotiate with the owners, the property owners in Union Square, so that we can proceed with the outline, which is in fact out for consultation at the moment, Union Square, where it's a mixed development. I hope everyone take part in the consultation. It's the major project, the partnership, the administration before us bought the Union Square. We're taking it to the next stage. And before we do that, we have to make sure that the properties are in our ownership. So I hope we'll have full support on this, and I put the motion to the Council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Long?
Thank you very much. And I rise to support this scheme. And as Councillor Lewis rightly mentioned, this scheme did start under the previous administration. I won't speak long, so I think it's been a long evening and a number of people would like to get home and have something to eat. But the only thing I would say is that there is probably cross-party a bit of a disappointment over the number of homes being delivered and the resulting lack of affordable homes and the step change that's needed, and which could lead to a pressure on our green spaces. But with that caveat, and I'm sure the ward councillors may want to speak on this as well, but I second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Long. I now invite debate Councillor Paignton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just taking up Councillor Long's invitation as one of the ward councillors, I'll just say a couple of comments. Yes, as Councillor Long said, we'll support this process that began under the Partnership Administration. I think we're all familiar with the problems associated with the area, and so this decision tonight is a significant step forward in remedying those issues. However, to echo a sentiment made by Councillor Cutter on an earlier item, there's a degree of disappointment that, as we saw with the pitch and putt scrappage, the scrapping of the cycling provision at the Strand, ward councillors weren't looped in as much as we would hope or expect. A second concern, as Councillor Long has already alluded to, is that ambition scaling back seems to be creeping in a bit in terms of those the number of houses, and I am very conscious of the parallels with Crossways here, and that's an episode where the previous administration took tough steps and had big ambition, only for it to that debacle to end with a rather farcical conclusion of a car park being levelled to be replaced with a car park. So genius. We please, more of a plea. We are supporting this, but please don't scale the ambition back any further than you've already done. Like I said, we're happy to support, but just with that plea added. Thank you.
Councillor Steve Darling?
Thank you. And may I point out to Councillor Nick Paignton, it is poor form to laugh at your own jokes. But But I'd like to welcome this way forward. Regenerating our town centres is absolutely essential. However, we are seeing very much of a theme, and Councillor Paignton highlighted a number of them, where we are seeing whether it's engagement with the councillors, but perhaps more importantly, engagement with our community that is lacking. I was here on Tuesday morning where I was engaging with our business breakfast, and there is a trader who runs Conroy Couch, David Rowe, who was fizzing and really concerned about these proposals. Now, whilst we haven't been running the local authority for a period of time, we need to make sure that our traders are taken on the journey around this. And I'm really sad and disappointed that it feels as if the administration have been asleep at the wheel as far as taking these traders, if such important people such as David Rowe are not on board with this. And I would welcome an explanation as to why you failed to engage with business to get them on board with this. I look forward to the response.
Thank you. Councillor Atty-Alia.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. As one of the ward councillors that this development does back onto, I am slightly disappointed in terms of the lack of affordable housing, given that we've got probably 2,000 people on a housing waiting list, and with an average rent, according to the Office of National Statistics, of £843. What I'm going to say is that, yes, whilst I support it, I do want to know from the Cabinet member, what other housing developments did you look at when you had to scale back down the Union Square development? What other areas of the town centre did you look for affordable housing? Because there's a real crisis, and as you well know, people need housing and they need it now. The other thing I would also like to bring on to is the retail side of things. I do feel it falls short of what other retail developments that we have up and down the country, and I do understand the ever-changing nature of retail, but it does fall short of other retail developments across the country. And I can think of a couple to name, so i.e. the Cabot Circus in Bristol and the Lexicon in Bracknell, for example. And I just want to know, did you also do a retail study plan in the last 12 months whilst you've been redesigning the scheme as well? But I will support this because we do need to move forward, and it is important that we need something to offer the people of Torbay when it comes to a retail offer and housing as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's important, members, that we focus on the subject matter of the debate, which is the compulsory purchase element of this for the land assembly, rather than what might be in any scheme. And just recognising what was brought up in the previous item, we talked about openness and information sharing, we talked about Edginswell and reallocation of funding. And that sort of really was the context that I wanted to share with members where I come from on this topic. So I approach this with mixed feelings. From my professional side, I fully understand the need to assemble land to be able to ensure we can bring forward the most appropriate development. But also as Cabinet member with responsibility for transport, and the fact that we've got Edginswell Station, which is part funded, I've always had somewhat reservations about land assembly because I didn't want that much needed funding that had been earmarked for Edginswell to be used in other areas. We talked earlier about how Victoria Square funding was being commuted across. Now, clearly, we'd had some money from the previous government for Edginswell. That's insufficient. We need more. We need more money from the new government to ensure Edginswell is fully delivered. And that's why I took the step of both writing to our MP for Torbay and also the Conservative Shadow Minister for Transport, so with the expectation they could raise Edginswell at the debate going on in the Commons tonight.
Councillor Billings, sorry. Can we keep it on the topic of the CPA, please?
My understanding, Madam Mayor, was the fact that we wouldn't lose the funding for Edgenswell by being able to proceed with this was, in fairness, Edgenswell was brought up in relation to the Paignton Picture House discussion.
Please, as I've said, can we just keep it on track? Talk about the discussion. Please, thank you.
Okay. Well, from my perspective, having been assured that that there is well, no, the point that I was making, and I'll try again, Madam Mayor, I don't want to just sort of, we talked on the previous item about how funding from another pot was being moved over. And what I was trying to assure people is by proceeding more with a CPO, what we're effectively saying is we are providing the authority for our officers to assemble land which will necessarily require the purchase of that land and the spending of money. So therefore, it brings in to one's thought process whether money will be commuted over in the same way that in the previous item money was commuted over. And what I was trying to assure members with is that I had been assured in relation to that. But if Madam Mayor and members don't feel that's a relevant point, then I can't really proceed any further on it. Thank you.
Councillor Bye.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we're struggling a bit with this one tonight. The motion, as I understand it, is all about supporting the acquisition by compulsory purchase if we can't acquire it and by negotiation, so that we have a more ambitious project at Union Square. So the council at the moment has the Union Square, including Wilco, and it is in the process of acquiring adjacent units, and this is to make a much bigger, more ambitious scheme. And hopefully all members can understand that and support that. Please.
Councillor David Thomas.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. And Councillor Bye just beat me to what I was going to say. To be honest, this one and the next one, it is about the land assembly. It is about if we have to use compulsory purchase orders that the council ultimately agrees that. There are some ideas about what could come forward, but at the moment there is no planning permission. There is no cast iron. This is exactly what it's going to be. All of that will come out of the melting pot. But there are some ideas of what it could be. But this is about actually, and the reality is we can't do anything unless we actually own the whole lot of it. So it is about those compulsory purchase options. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debates? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I'll try and answer these questions. Nothing to do with the motion, but I will go through them very briefly. Councillor Long, number of homes, 100. Affordable hasn't been decided. We can't go above 5 floors, otherwise it becomes completely unviable. The schemes that before us for consultation that Wilmot, Dixon, Milligan have put forward is the best deal to get one that is deliverable. There's no point in having a wish list that's not deliverable, and that's why we've appointed that partner. Councillor Paignton, if you want to know more, we set up the Capital Cabinet Working Party. Please attend it, and then you'll find out more. And I say that to all members. We set these things up, and very often we contact the local councillors and we get no response. If we get no response, we can't consult with
Point
them.
of personal explanation when ready, please, Joe.
Councillor Darling, I spoke with David Rowe before you did on this subject. He has major concerns about the number of affordable homes on that site, and I'm sure you've assured him that, I don't know what you said to him, but I know what I said to him. I said that's going to help to transform Torquay. As far as, I know you're, I won't go down there, right? 2 weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago, no, probably 2 weeks ago, we had full consultation with all the businesses around that area. They were sent invitations. We have an open shop for it. David Rowe knew about it, and he went to it. Yeah? So long before you met David Rowe and discussed it, he had been fully informed on it.
Point of personal explanation, thank you.
As far as looking at other sites, we are looking at other sites. With our partners, we're looking at all sites across Torbay to see where we can fill in brownfield sites. They've got to be viable. If they are viable, we're going to take them forward. We're here to deliver. We've always said that. We inherited a number of sites that weren't viable. We're trying to turn those around. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Paignton, your point of personal explanation?
Well, yeah, I've suggested about my absence from certain meetings, but as a theme I've echoed ever since I've been elected, if you want to be an accessible council and be more representative of working people with young families like myself, then, you know, host meetings that aren't stuck bang in the middle of the day.
Councillor Steve Darling, your point of personal explanation?
Yes, thank you. I'm surprised that Councillor Lewis believes he has access to my diary and knows when I meet people, whilst I may have mentioned the last time I spoke to David Rowe about this issue. As a fellow hard-working Rotarian, I know I meet David Rowe on a very regular basis through that means as well. Thank you.
I now move to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. I now move to item 15, the Strand Redevelopment Land Assembly. Please refer to page 181. Can Councillor Lewis please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I won't repeat myself. This is about CPO, compulsory purchase order. We want to do the same down at the Strand. It wasn't viable to do the Debenham site, therefore we have to acquire more properties along that stretch. Again, we hope that we won't have to use the CPO mechanism, but if we have to, we will, because that is the only way of getting this across the line and making it viable, and it will transform that part. We've done the Strand, now we're doing the Debenhams bit, and it'll transform that part of Torquay. I hope everyone will be supportive, and I hope, you know, happy to go off on a tangent, but it's not about what we're going to put on it or planning permission or anything else. It's purely about CPOs. If we can't get the properties, can we have the powers to do that? And Councillor Darling finds that very funny. Thank you very much indeed, Madam.
Is there a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rise to second. I will not reserve my right. I said it all really on the item 14. It is about CPO. If we can keep to the point on this one, I think we'll probably all agree, to be honest. We'll all disagree about what's going there in the minutiae detail. I'm certain of that. But to help us get to the next place, I think we're all probably on the same page. We certainly were on the last one. Thank you.
I now invite debate. Councillor Cowell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be supporting this as I did the previous one, and I think this is the reason why the previous administration purchased the Debenham site, is so that we are in control of that site. And we didn't have a white elephant decaying there for decades to come, like we did, for example, at Crossways. So this is a continuation of some of the work. We did talk about the possibilities of purchasing those sites at the time. At that moment, it wasn't viable. We were in the midst of COVID and all those other things in the mid-1920s. I think that's how long we've been waiting for Preston toilet block to reopen as well. So I'm happy to support Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cowell. Councillor Long?
I think, Councillor Cowell, it was the 1840s. But just to say, there will be much heated agreement on this as well, and we'll be supporting this. I have to say, I have had a slight wry smile inwardly to myself over the past few months, because towards the end of the last administration, when we raised issues of inflation and the effects of Ukraine and COVID and Prime Ministers on capital projects, we were accused of dither and delay, and that there would be, swift delivery with the incoming new administration. But now we have talk of inflation and costs of things going up, and I'm sure that if we had come forward with this item of more land assembly and spent 2 years coming up with the previous item, we'd have been accused of dither and delay, but we won't let that get in the way of supporting this tonight. And I do have to say, particularly on this item, if you're wanting conversations purely about the agenda item, then floating the idea of a hotel on this site and winding up the tourism trade is perhaps not the best way to make sure that the debate is purely focused on the land assembly. Because I think that there are real concerns amongst the tourist trade, given that there has been a great leap forward in terms of the branded hotels over the past, certainly while I've been living here, the past 20 years or so. But given that, we'll be supporting it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Law.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, these two have very much said what I was going to say. I will raise one other point, actually, that has been expressed to me by the residents, which was about after the compulsory purchase order has been made, and the concerns that while you're waiting for a developer for this, what I see as a once-in-a-generation opportunity to redevelop our Strand and our harbour conservation area. That's the thing, it sits right within our harbour conservation area. So while we're waiting for that, we're very concerned, and a lot of residents have contacted me. Councillor Long referenced Crossways, but actually nearer Torwood Street, how that stood empty for 8 years, and there's a lot of concern amongst my residents about what comes next. Will those properties be left there while we wait for someone to come forward? Will there be another car park? We don't know. Yeah, just some clarity around that, really, because these are the concerns that my residents are coming to me with, not about the actual compulsory purchase order. And I hope that you manage to come to a resolution and we won't have to actually use those orders with the properties. And I understand that those negotiations are going very well, so it's probably not going to be necessary. But yeah, just that concern that they're going to remain empty while we look for a private developer, because we saw the results of that with Torwood Street for 8 years. Thank you.
Councillor Darling, Steve Darling.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and I'd like to echo comments from colleagues to my right and behind of me at this meeting. I'd like to truly focus on compulsory purchase orders now, Madam Mayor, and I would welcome comments from the lead member on this about what lessons have been learnt from the compulsory purchase in respect of Crossways, because as an administration we found it really frustrating about how long it took to happen. And I can remember as leader of the local authority how I raised this with Conservative ministers who we've had the Conservatives running the country for 14 years previously, and how compulsory purchase orders that I raised with the minister could be sped up to help us with town centre regeneration, and that would be extremely helpful for us because it is a long game, compulsory purchase orders. So why didn't your Conservative colleagues in Westminster change the rules? I'll be pushing for that. And also, as a local authority, what lessons have we learnt from the Crossways? Because
Councillor Darling, sorry, you're going off the road. We're talking about the Strand, not Westminster.
I'm trying to ask what lessons have been learnt around compulsory purchase orders, so I can't understand what's wrong with that. What lessons have been learnt from the compulsory purchase, And how much speedier do you think you'll be able to get this across the line than we were able to with that compulsory purchase order when we did it for Crossways? How quickly can you get this over the line if you need to use it? And I look forward to an actual date from you, Councillor Lewis.
Councillor Maddison.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I guess I'm very concerned about the timing of this. I mean, I think it is not at all inconceivable that we might find ourselves having made some of these compulsory purchases sitting on property that cannot be developed for various commercial reasons. And for this reason and for other reasons, I think it's really, really important that we try and be as open as we can with each other, so that we on this side can be performing the sort of due diligence and oversight that we should be doing as an opposition, and which until recently, well, even now, we're struggling to do, but also with our retail resident, the people running businesses in the heart of town who have really taken a battering over this last period, and we often don't seem to realise that they are part of our responsibility too, and I would like to see them well informed, kept well informed on what's happening at every stage of this. Thank you.
Any further debates? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Cowell for his support on this. Councillor Long, branded hotels, it hasn't been decided what will be on site, but there is, as you know, the partners have put that in as one of the options, and it will go to planning and whatever. Councillor Law, we want to get on with it. So it is a priority. It is a priority of the partners. So we're not standing still. They're trying to come up with a scheme as we speak, and they're trying to get an investor. So we hope we can do it all at once, and they won't be empty, standing still for a long time. It is a priority. It's the main part of Torquay down by the harbour, and we want to get on with it. Councillor Darling, I'm utterly amazed. When you bought Debenhams, why didn't you put in for compulsory purchase then? You know, the thing we've learned from Crossways is do it quickly. So as soon as Wilmot Dixon and the partners turned around and said, right, we think we've got a scheme, we went on, and this is why we brought it forward. And maybe as the Member of Parliament, if you want to change the process, maybe you can do it from Westminster. You struggled with Conservative ministers, you say. Well, maybe now, you know, you can inform us of the process going forward, how we can make it quicker. And then maybe you can give me a date where you think the compulsory purchase will go through. Because it is a Westminster, not a local issue. Councillor Maddison, we will keep everyone informed. I think the PR team for the Strand, and I'd like to thank all the businesses down at the Strand while all that work was going on. You know, it wasn't easy for them, and I think our PR team, and I'll mention Emma in particular, was down there week after week after week talking to businesses, trying to take them with us. Clearly, you know, we didn't win everyone over, but I think most people now think it was worth the wait. And we will do the same with the Debenham site going forward, take everyone with us, because it is such an important site. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I now move to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. I move to item 16, Homelessness and Rough Sleeping Strategy. Please refer to page 195. Can Councillor Tranter please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Following the collective development and subsequent public consultation of the draft Homeless and Rough Sleeping Strategy, the report this evening represents the final document seeking approval. The Homelessness Act 2002 requires local housing authorities to take strategic responsibility for tackling and preventing homelessness and consider the statutory guidance on homelessness strategies. This has been used as a framework to enable the development of a strategy with partnerships from statutory agencies, voluntary sector and other organisations to produce a document that will promote collective ownership of the challenges around all forms of homelessness and how we will tackle them collectively. The current strategy was produced before the pandemic, and there has since been significant changes within the landscape of housing and homelessness. As such, the document reflects current needs within Torbay and the housing market. Feedback from the consultation has been utilised to amend the strategy as appropriate, as detailed in the report. The document has also been reviewed by Adult Social Care and Health Overview and Scrutiny Subboard. It is a legal requirement to have a strategy, but it is important to note that this document needs to be delivered in tandem with numerous other strategies, such as the housing strategy, domestic abuse and sexual violence strategy, to name but two, to assist in tackling homelessness and its impact on all. The next stage is delivery. The next stage in delivery is to build upon the active engagement in developing this document and to establish a Torbay homelessness partnership from across all sectors. This group will produce and deliver an action plan to achieve the outcomes of the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to second and I reserve my rights.
I now invite debates. Councillor Long.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and apologies for taking so long. I had to be careful of Jenny while I was rising. We'll be supporting this report today. However, as I said at Cabinet, the elephant in the room with this report is the need for more permanent affordable homes. And the only time that more affordable housing is really referenced in this report is in the feedback from consultation, where people are demanding it or requesting it or asking for more affordable homes and for the council to be more involved in that. And I'm glad that Councillor Tranter mentioned the other reports that it should be linking to, because I feel that my major concern is that this report does not link to others. For example, it's Overview and Scrutiny recently we've had reports regarding domestic violence but also mental health services, and both those reports have outlined the need for more move-on accommodation and the urgent need for that, and that being severely lacking. I think we really need to take heed of that, and that really should be in this report as well. And I do have to slightly question the approach to affordable housing that this administration is taking. So, for example, and it links to something that Councillor Bye mentioned earlier about Union Square. When we called for sites such as Preston Down Road to be maximised for affordable homes, we were told no, but those sites should then lead to us being able to do more affordable housing elsewhere in other schemes. But then when those schemes come forward, like on Union Square, there aren't those extra homes there. So we're never actually maximising affordable housing that should be, which would then lead to, it should link to this report here. So we do need to have a more focused approach to affordable housing, and these reports need to link together more on that and link together. Thank you.
Councillor Fox.
Just following on from Councillor Long and from Councillor Tranter, yes, we need a joined up strategy, and we've got the makings of one. I do believe that through the local plan as well, we ought to be considering the need not only just for affordable housing, but for assisted housing through people like the YMCA. And we've had recent applications, and we've got one more coming to us shortly. And I would just make a plea for all members to join all these strands together so that we're really starting to help in a very important area of need for Torbay. Thank you.
Any further debate? Councillor Johns?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to say much more than what's already been said about domestic violence and mental health, but you've actually already answered the questions, Councillor Tranter, about another reports. To put them together would be nice, and I also want to thank the team, Joe Williams especially, for putting it together, so thank you.
Councillor Brooke?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I was delighted to be on the ONS board that looked at this strategy and some of the comments we made to hopefully improve it. And first of all, I just want to put on record the sterling work that the team have done in even producing this strategy and the heartfelt desire to tackle and prevent homelessness and rough sleeping. We haven't had much mention of the rough sleeping when we've been talking earlier, and that's an extremely important subject, which I think we're doing a good job on in Torbay in comparativeness compared to other areas in the country. What I wanted to say, though, this is about prevention of homelessness. And homelessness is about taking people in a stable place of living and for a period of time putting them in a non-stable while they're trying to find a stable, but they've got a roof over their head. And I think when I look at the figures, Torbay's got 69,000 households in the Bay, and we try and prevent and reduce the number of those households going into temporary accommodation. And we are moving the numbers down, which I think is a credit to the council. I believe the last time when we looked at the ONS, we were 120 households. That's to me 120 too many, but in the scheme of not 69,000 homes, that's an incredible achievement. We've done some fantastic work in prevention in the last year alone, where we increased the budget for that department so that we could put in the measures to stop people actually leaving their home. So I think we can be actually proud of what we've been doing. I think the strategy will help us to go further, and I very much support this, and I'd ask everybody to support it accordingly. Thank you very much.
Any further debate? Councillor Law?
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Brooks said we have 120-something families. According to the report, it's 1,143 households were assessed as being homeless. I just wanted to correct that. Thank you.
Councillor Brooke.
Just to clarify what I was trying to say, Councillor Law, is that there's actually 120 households in temporary accommodation at this moment in time. And that's what we're trying to prevent, those numbers going up.
Thank you for your point of personal explanation. Councillor Steve Darling? No? Councillor Tyman?
Quite happy to move on from the point of view of trying to move the meeting forward.
Councillor Tranter?
I just wanted to confirm with a little bit of what everybody said, that the fact that other reports are always considered when we're referring to this one, and there's a thread through them all that links them all together. We are working with outside agencies. We're very excited when other people want to work with us to create more houses as well, more homes, especially for people that have experienced domestic violence. I've also expressed an interest in people with mental health and more, and also there's a lot of people that will turn down temporary accommodation because they can't take pets. So there's an agency at the minute outside it, they're looking at buying some properties. I've said, please, could that be considered, that homes that for dogs or whatever they've got can be considered. And Councillor Law, Sorry, I did hear you say you don't want to go back and forth, but I'm genuinely interested at a later date at what you wanted to say, just because I'm genuinely interested and want to keep on top and make sure that all the figures are right. So if you want to email me what you wanted to say, and then, yeah, just because I'd like to keep on top of it. I lose sleep over how many people are in homeless accommodation every night. So, you know, if we can work together on this, then great. Thank you.
I now move to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. I move to item 17, the Gambling Act 2005 Statement of Principles. Please refer to page 233. Can Councillor Tranter please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council?
Under the Gambling Act of 2005, it is the responsibility of the Council to develop and publish a Statement of Principles, or the gambling policy, and review this at least every 3 years. The current statement was published on the 31st of January 2022, and therefore it must be reviewed and consulted upon and republished by the 30th of January 25. The published policy then provides the framework for all decisions on any applications relating to the Gambling Act 2005 and the way the Council carries out its functions in relation to its legislation. Now there will be changes in the near future to the Gambling Act following the publication of the Government Gambling White Paper, High Stakes Gambling for the Digital Age, in April 23. In April 23, I'm not sure that date's correct. In April 23. However, the review cannot wait until the legislation has been updated. I think that date is incorrect. Sorry, I think it's going to be 25. We have therefore reviewed the Statement of Principles based on the current legislation and Gambling Commission codes of practice and have only made minor changes. The information regarding small casinos has not been removed at the Department for Culture, Media and Sport, and have advised that the relocation did not take place as planned and will be relocated as soon as the new ministers are able. Minor updates have been made to update any out-of-date website links, contact details, for example, to the Gambling Commission guidance notes, include references to the specific parts of the Gambling Commission's guidance and code of practice. There's other very small little amendments being made. Minor changes have been made to the policy following this feedback. The online responses received were mainly focused on comments that gambling and gambling advertising should not be permitted. However, this is not within the Council's remit, as the licensing authority are required to permit the use of premises for gambling insofar as it thinks its use will be reasonably consistent with licensing objectives. It is operating in accordance with the Statement of Principles and in accordance with the relevant code of practice or any guidance issued by the Gambling Commission. The Statutory Licensing Committee also considered the Statement of Principles at its meeting on the 24th of October 24 and recommended to Cabinet and Council its adoptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second and reserve my right.
Thank you. I now invite debate. Councillor Law?
Just in the spirit of cooperation, I just had a little quick look. It is April 23.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Councillor Cowell, you reserve your right.
Happy to move on.
Councillor Tranter? Okay, I move to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. I move to item 18. Please refer to page 317, which is the review of political balance. Can Councillor David Thomas, please, as leader of the Council, please put his motion to the Council?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate it is getting late this evening. So the review of political balance is required to be done every time a member, either a new member comes along or a member moves one side to the other or one party to the other. This is a response to Councillor Madison now joining the independent group. It keeps the numbers regarding the councillors 18 with the administration and 15 and 3 with the independents, 18. And effectively in terms of change to the kind of political makeup of the administration and the opposition, that doesn't change. Option 1 is what we are proposing, which is effectively no change to the committee size and the overall number of seats, but there are some changes within the independent group and the Liberal Democrats. I think it's one seat. Thank you very much indeed.
Is there a seconder?
I'm happy to second it, and I will speak now because it's a statement of fact. Firstly, I welcome Councillor Madison's very shrewd and wise decision to come and join the independent group, and our door is always open. But I think it's important that we also recognise that in part of the process that we're undertaking following the summer's discussions amongst group leaders as part of the facilitation process, that the process is continuing with a view to reaching conclusion in February next year. And I think also to formalise the opposition's role, that we actually did announce that we've now got a formal opposition partnership, which is the 15 Lib Dems and the 3 independents. And I think that helps polarise and focus the fact that we do have 18-18. But I'm happy to support the recommendation as tabled by the Leader of the Council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I now invite debate. Councillor Thomas? I move to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. I move to item 19, the review of parliamentary polling districts. Polling and polling stations 2024, please refer to page 333. Can Councillor Jacqueline Thomas please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to propose this report for the review of the Parliamentary polling stations, polling places and polling stations 2024. Under the Representation of the People's Act 1983, Torbay Council has a duty to divide its area into polling districts and to designate a polling place for each district. The Electoral Administration Act 2006, as amended, introduced a duty on all local authorities in Great Britain to review their polling district and places at least once every 5 years. This compulsory review must be undertaken within a 16-month window between the 1st of October 23 and the 31st of October 25. The proposals in this report are only very minor, with most polling stations unaffected and unchanged. These changes were made with the consideration of the feedback when this was consulted on with members and residents. So just as an update for members regarding one of the Shippey polling station, a visit has been conducted to the Torquay Grammar School, and the venue will make a suitable polling station without causing disruption to the school day. It is sited off the main school grounds in a sports pavilion, so a precise location will be made clear to voters using clear signage on polling day. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This reminds me of the days when I was used to second Councillor Darling when I was deputy. But But I'm happy to second the review as stated by Councillor Thomas. And I would also absolutely welcome the change in the Shippey ward. I hope that doesn't open the floodgates to everybody else welcoming changes in their ward. But that particular polling station has always been a problem when it was at Sherwell Valley School because of the access. So hopefully the move to the grammar school location will benefit. And I think it's important for all of us as democratic people who engage in this process that we ensure that people have the best access to their polling places that they possibly can, notwithstanding the huge increase in people who tend to vote by post these days. So happy to second. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I now invite debate. Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you. I refer to a polling station that I often walk past. Well, now I will often walk past, which is the former Echo Centre, Every Child Counts Centre on St James's Road. Now, this was located over at Marble Court, which is effectively an industrial, light industrial centre off Lymington Road. And I think it's something to be celebrated, because if colleagues had not intervened on this, this would have been this particular former chapel that now is a readily used church facility would actually be converted by the former Conservative elected mayor into probably dwellings, probably well-needed dwellings, but it's important to have community facilities, and the fact that it remains there as a community facility means that it will ensure that those people find it easier to vote. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any further debate? Councillor Jackie Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'm happy to go to the vote. Thank you.
Perfect. I now move to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. I move to item 20, which is a statutory officer appointment, Director of Adult Services and Community Services. Can Councillor David Thomas please put his motion to the Council?
Thank you indeed, Madam Mayor, and I only wish Councillor Cowell was going to be seconding this one. And if that's an offer to be the deputy, I'm quite happy to have a conversation. Okay, so let's serious. So this is two parts, basically. This is the appointment of the Director of Adult Services and Community Services, and that this will effectively formally appoint Anna Coles to be appointed as the statutory officer for the Director of Adult Social Services with effect from the 1st of April 2025, and at the same time it's effectively saying a big thank you to our retiring Director of Adult Social Services, Joanna Williams. To be honest, I can't believe that she's even old enough to retire, but clearly she is. We, Council would like to thank her for the work and support that she has given the Council since her appointment in 2019. And I'd also like to thank the Employment Committee. We had a very stringent afternoon going through the applicants that we had. Delighted that Anna Coles will be effectively taking that position from the 1st of April 2025, and some members will already know Anna. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Thank you very much. I'd like to rise to second this appointment and join Councillor Thomas in thanking Jo Williams for her far too early retirement, and I have to say there have been occasions when I've almost felt sorry for the NHS, because I think in negotiations I fear sometimes that she may have been a sight to behold if they weren't agreeing with her. I think it might be a good tip for people to buy shares in the travel industry, because I suspect that shares will be soaring now that she has more time to travel. It was a very interesting employment committee. There were a huge number of applicants, which I think is a testament to our integrated care organisation, which I know that at least one member in this room wasn't in favour of, but we won't go there. And the calibre was incredibly high, and there were also some interesting candidates as well, which made for a very interesting day. I so second. Thank you.
I now invite debate. Councillor Cowell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I did mistakenly say to Jo Williams before the start of the meeting that I was seconding this. So, I would just like to place on record our thanks to Jo. I thoroughly enjoyed working with her whilst we were in administration and subsequently. I've always been impressed with the way she really gets it. In terms of the way in which by doing things differently we can continue to support many vulnerable adults in our community in Torbay. Working with the community in the third sector is the way forward, and I think we're seeing that, as Councillor Long alluded to, her formidable ways of working with NHS colleagues has led us to where we are, to have a very stable adult social care budget. I think there's many authorities around the country who would give their high teeth to be in the position that Torbay is. I'm not sure, I did think that in the past that maybe Jo had already retired, because she was always sending out of office messages because she was on yet another holiday. But I know that she's going to be able to spend much more time with the camper van along with Cathy, and I certainly wish you both well in your retirement and your endeavours, but please don't be a stranger. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any further debate? Councillor Johns.
Don't worry, it's going to be a quick one. So, Jo, you're going to come back and turn Paris off?
Councillor Thomas. I move to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. I move to item 21, Treasury Management Mid-Year Review 24-25. Please refer to page 369. This report is for noting and no vote is necessary. Thank you. Thank you, members, for your attendance today. I now close the meeting.